Great, thank you. Well, welcome to the City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, June 2nd at 6 p.m. We need to finish up some business from an earlier meeting, so with that, you have an announcement for us, City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor. As previously announced, the City Council went into closed session pursuant to the Brown Act on 3 separate items identified on the agenda. The City Council gave direction with respect to all 3 items. At this time, it would be appropriate to adjourn the 5 o'clock meeting.
Okay, so we adjourn the 5 o'clock meeting, and we are going to do the pledge to the flag, and we have some lovely guests that are going to help us with that. We have Ava Wennerstrand Penn from Robinson Elementary School and her teacher, 5th grade teacher, Megan Leestra. How you doing? Good. So there's just put it up close there. And when you're ready, go ahead and give the instructions and say the pledge. And here's your flag right there.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah.
Great job. Did a great job. So, Megan, do you have some things to say about?
Thank you very much. So, hello, Manhattan Beach City Council. My name is Megan Vleedstra, and I am a 5th grade teacher at Robinson Elementary School. It is my honor to have Ava up here with me. She is one of my wonderful students. I met Ava on the very first day of elementary school, and from that moment, she has stood out as an exceptional student. Ava is one of the most hardworking, responsible, and dedicated students that I have had the pleasure of teaching. She consistently puts forth her best effort, approaches challenges with determination, and takes great pride in her work. Beyond academic achievements, Ava is a kind and thoughtful classmate who leads by example and treats others with respect and compassion beyond her years. One of the most rewarding parts of teaching Ava this year has been watching her grow in her confidence. She has learned to embrace new challenges, she's found her voice in speaking up for herself and others, and she's developed a strong belief in her own abilities. I am incredibly proud of Ava, so thank you for allowing me to recognize her and give her a round of applause.
Well, that's wonderful, Ava. Thank you for taking time to come here tonight. So tell us about yourself. What are your best sports? What are your best subjects and favorite subjects in school?
I love to play soccer. I actually play club soccer at Beach, and my favorite school subject is science.
Okay, and what position do you play on the soccer field?
I play left defense.
Left defense. So are you a righty or are you a lefty over there on the defense? You know, because that's going to be important when the other player's coming towards you, right?
Yeah, I'm a left. Yeah.
Well, that's good because that's going to confuse them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. And are you excited about the World Cup being in the area here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, terrific. Well, on behalf of my colleagues here on the City Council, the City of Manhattan Beach and the Manhattan Beach Unified School District recognize Ava Wennerstrand Penn from Robinson Elementary School. So congratulations, and Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay is going to give you a city pin. Okay, well, thank you. Stay here because we're going to take some pictures. Oh, yeah, I forgot to ask, how about parents? Or your parents here? Or?
Yeah, my mom's out there.
She's right there. Okay. And then all your friends, are they terrific?
Yeah.
All right.
They're terrific. Okay.
Thank you.
have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Sherillian.
Here.
Councilmember Howorth.
Here.
Councilmember Lesser.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Here.
Mayor Franklin.
Here. Okay, we're going to move on to the ceremonial calendar, and this is a presentation of plaques to outgoing commissioners. Planning Commissioner Ngoko. If I call your name, please come on up. Parking and Public Improvements Commissioners Kirschenbaum and Marcy. Parks and Recreation Commissioner Agaral. Library Commissioners Dahl and Cullen, and Board of Building Appeals Member Domini, Freitag, and Yang. Thank you. Say all that 3 times fast.
Where's the dog?
So we have some hardware for you here. Good to see you. That we're going to hand out. So thank you all very much. It's I think almost all of us on council made our ways up through commissions and boards and things like that. So we can measure you for the chair, okay?
Careful what you wish for.
Right. So thank you so much. Can we get some help with the plaques and the pins, or
Do plaques and I'll do pins, or vice versa?
or vice versa? Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, very much. But stick around, please. And here's your city pin.
Stay up here. Take a picture.
Congratulations. Oh, she's ahead of me. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so council members, maybe we can stand behind them.
Okay.
Great. Well, I'm going to pass the microphone, and if you can just say your name and just introduce yourself and say a few words.
Hi, nice to meet you guys. I'm Ishan, and I'm on the Parks and Recreation Commission, or was. It was an awesome experience to be on there. Our whole commission felt like an entire family, and I loved going every once a month on Mondays, and it was just a terrific experience. And I'm so grateful that you guys elected me to be the student commissioner of it. It was just awesome.
Hi, I'm Dina Dahl. I was on library. I've been a resident of Manhattan Beach since 1998. It was a privilege to give back and serve this community, and as it continues to grow, I look forward to helping participate in other ways.
Hi, I'm Kylie Cullen. I was the student commissioner for the Library Commission, and it was such a great experience. It was definitely one of my favorite things I've done throughout high school, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity.
This is Dr. Cyrus Adami. I'm resident in Manhattan Beach for almost 40 years, but I look younger. And I'm commissioner for 6 times since 1999, and really I love this position as a commissioner, and I appreciate it for all of the help I can do for the city.
Oh, terrific. Thank you. One more round of applause.
On the homecoming court at that too, right? Congratulations.
We're just going to shake hands.
Thank you for your service. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You did great.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So on to item E, approval of the agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinances.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I do have a couple items to pull. Number 8 and number 12.
8, 12. Okay, great. Anybody else? So we have a motion to accept by Councilmember Lesser and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Correct, and the motion is to approve the agenda with the exception of the consent calendar items 8 and 12, which will be heard separately.
Okay,
Mayor
call for the
Lesser,
vote.
Mayor Franklin.
They're trying to get your
Oh, yes.
attention.
Mayor Franklin, did you want to ask about a reordering of the agenda?
Oh, yes, if it's okay with everyone, can we just switch the budget discussion and the CIP, have the budget first, so that we can, if there's any needs that come up in the budget that might require some cross-funding from the CIP, we can go ahead and address that.
So just to clarify, that would be moving current item 16
16.
ahead of item 15?
Yes. Mhm.
I would agree as the mover of the motion. Would you, as
Okay.
the seconder? Councilmember Tarnay? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Call for the vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great, thank you. So moving on to City Council and Community Organization announcements of upcoming events. 1 minute each.
Hello, Cassandra with your Manhattan Beach Library. Yesterday was the start of our summer discovery reading program. It's for all ages. You can stop by, pick up a reading log, and you can complete either books or activities to earn a book and a prize. However, we're starting our kickoff this Saturday from 11 to 12:30. We'll have the juggler Michael Rayner. We'll have Sun art bags, tote bags that you can decorate, lawn games, and frozen treats. So this is for all ages to come sign up on Saturday from 11 to 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city officials, Ted, Bobby Bell, WM Outreach and Educator for Recycling and Organics. Just wanted to get ahead of it, get out there early so everybody knows. Coming up on June 20th will be our second paper shred of the year, free to all residents and business owners. It'll begin at Maricosta High School in the student parking lot in the corner of Artesia and Peck. It runs from 9 to 11 or until the truck is full, which has not happened yet. 2 banker boxes per person. Please, no clips, no CDs, nothing else. We shred paper safely and it's recycled. That's all I got. Wishing you guys all God's blessings.
Great, thank you, Bobby.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Mike Jenkins, longtime resident. The city's annual Juneteenth celebration will take place this month on Sunday, June 21st in Pollywog Park. Juneteenth is a national holiday celebrating freedom, a holiday relevant to all Americans, and we hope the community will come out for what pretends to be a beautiful Sunday afternoon to commemorate the holiday and all that it represents. There will be food trucks, a vendor village, DJ curated music and dancing, a poetry slam, and for the first time, as part of the Juneteenth event, we will kick off the city's popular summer concert series with a performance by the band West Complex. The event opens at 2 p.m. The opening ceremony kicks off at 3, and the concert will be at 5 p.m. I applaud and thank Eric Brinkman and his team for putting together a fabulous event and look forward to seeing the community out in force on Sunday afternoon, June 21st, Pollywog Park, to enjoy the festivities and celebrate Juneteenth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. And it's on the city calendar as well. Anybody else? Colleagues? Any announcements? So I have one. Going to use some AV talent here. So I don't know if you saw Friday morning, the Marine Mammal Care Center released 3 sea lion pups that they had rehabilitated. And it was time to release them into the, back into the ocean. There are 3 of them. There's Tortellini, Rotini, and Cavatappi. And you can just see for yourselves how much fun they're having. And I was joined by Councilmember Sherillian up on the pier. So they had been in rehabilitation for about 3 months. You can see they're very happy to be out there. But one more is coming. There we go. saying, hold up. And I was taught by Jackie May, resident, that they are faster than Olympic swimmers when they get going there. But good job, Marine Mammal Care Center. What I'm most proud about with my colleagues is the fact that we voted to provide support for them for the next 3 years. And it's so great to get some results to be able to view. So thank you all very much. And there, of course, is the information. And stay tuned on their site for other releases. Thank you. Anybody else?
If I can,
Oh,
if I
yes.
can just make one quick.
Councilman Shirley?
I appreciate it. I don't know what's going on at Maricosta, but they won another championship. It's that they make 6 in 1 month. Their baseball team just won the CIF title this last weekend, and it was a great game. Showed perseverance, and they came back to win from behind, so it was fantastic. But go Mustangs, go! They're doing fantastic. Thank you.
That's terrific.
I'd love to add, I'm not used to the microphone being on this side. And on that note, I also wanted to congratulate our boys indoor volleyball team taking the state finals. I mean, they've been just amazing. And of course, my son was on the 4x800 team at the state, and that's why I wasn't able to attend the seal release, but they took 3rd place for the 4x800. In the state, yeah. So a lot of great competition. Our athletics program at Maricosta is, second to none. Although in this case it was 3rd.
Terrific. So, any more community announcements?
I don't have an athlete.
Okay.
I'm done too.
Okay, so we'll move on to public comments. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. And if you discuss something, a coming up agenda item here, you cannot speak to that when it comes to council.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Stefan Kampa. Just something I noticed in the last couple of meetings, I've had some comments on the consent calendar, but public comments come after you approve the overall calendar for the discussion. So I'm suggesting looking at the agenda and seeing if you can move public comments or around so that the public can comment on your consent calendar for input for your decision on this agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Public comments? No, we'll close public comments. Whoops, I'm sorry. Yes.
My name is Fred Taylor. Longtime resident. My first house was $75,000, so they give you an idea how long I've been around this burg. I'd like to request one thing before I start, and that is, would you all speak into the mic and kind of project? My years aren't 30 years old anymore. Locally, here in the city, these are the times that can try men's souls, especially this one. Fiscally, our city is in a difficult situation, and this was disclosed for the first time on May 5th, just a few weeks ago. And it begs some questions to be asked. I took the time this week to write to MB Weekly, and I appreciate them that are a good sounding board for issues in our city. And I suggest that the council ask the staff these questions. When did you first realize that the city was going into the red where expenditures were exceeding our revenues, especially in the light of a $6.5 million bump this past year with increased sales taxes? How did we go from an operating budget of $106 million just 5 years ago to $165 million this year? And that posts a 55% increase. Why wasn't the city informed about the growing deficit 6 months ago? This surely didn't happen overnight. What proposals has city staff submitted to council to turn this around besides revenue enhancement? Have there been any cost-containing recommendations? 24 members of our staff earn more, way more than Ted Lieu does as a sitting U.S. congressman. And those 24 are in the top 2 to 3% of incomes nationwide. Finally, would you support a hiring and promotion freeze to start getting the city's financial house in order? And as I learned today, the staff is asking for 3 additional hires even tonight. And that sets me apoplectic, quite frankly. My head spins. We're watching a runaway financial train, and my opinion is that it's driven by the city staff and not driven by the council. So I urge the council to perhaps appoint a task force to examine the situation and come up with solutions and recommendations. But we really need a reevaluation and a solution, not just merely a rubber stamp to move on for the next year. This is unsustainable going forward.
Thank you. Anybody else? Public comment? No? Then we will close public comment and go back to consent calendar item number 8, and Councilmember Sherrillian.
Thank you. Let's see, my microphone is on. I'll need to speak into the microphone. I'm guilty of that a lot of times because I lean one way and the microphone's on the other side. So on this one, if I can have the chief.
Mayor, yeah. There should be a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Oh, I'm sorry.
With the exception of those 2 items pulled by Councilmember Sherrillian, 8 and 12.
So moved.
Okay, so that motion?
I've so moved, and I believe that was seconded by.
Okay, yes. So already moved by Councilmember Lesser and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay. So ask for the question, please.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And now Councilmember Sherrillian.
Thank you. Hi, Chief. Thank you for coming down. Just really quick, this is on consent, and I read the report, and it's very, very clear, just for the public seeing the consent item.
Sure.
Not being budgeted and at $200,000, and waiving in the bidding process and going sole source. Can you just talk a little bit about why we're sole sourcing, and just for the record?
Certainly. This item is to ask for council's approval to expend monies to rent Meridian barriers for the pendency of the World Cup to help us with security. As you might be aware, vehicle-borne attacks are something that we're always concerned about with any large-scale events, be it something like our fireworks show or something like the World Cup. We have traditionally used vehicles as significant barriers. As you might imagine, you've seen them before in the street. We use vehicles to protect the public, but the studies have shown that a lot of vehicles that we can use aren't significant enough to protect or stop a car from a vehicle-borne attack. So these barriers allow us to have that confidence without using our vehicles, which we may need and deploy for other reasons. They will allow us to lock down certain places or streets so that we can direct the public in the manner that we have according to our security plans, and they also are rated to stop the threat of vehicle-borne attacks. This is being requested as a sole source item due to the fact that Meridian Barriers are kind of the company that really does this in a significant fashion.
Great. Thank you. That answers my question.
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. So we need a motion to,
We have to open it up to the public.
oh, I'm sorry, public comments? Seeing none, we'll close public comments and ask for a motion to approve item number 8 on the consent calendar.
Okay, I moved it, and it's already been in second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
And that's A, B, and C of the recommendation.
Okay, great.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Great, I'll continue with
Now going
number-
to item 12.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Number 12, this grant not to exceed 2.89 million. First off, I want to just congratulate staff for, going out and getting this grant. I'm sure, reading the report, it was a team effort, and kudos to everyone involved in getting the grant. My question is more, all the costs that we're incurring are built into our current budget. Is that correct? Meaning the costs that we've been incurring, because the grant period is for a long period of time.
Right.
So those are budgeted items that will potentially get reimbursed. Is that correct?
No, just the item we talked about, item 8, the Meridian barriers, we do expect to seek reimbursement through this grant, so that is part of the reimbursement that will come forth. But for the most, all the grant, with the exception of the Meridian barriers, all of the grant is related to personnel cost for our police and fire personnel and some of our ancillary personnel as well. This is related to the security related to FIFA and the West Drift more than anything else.
Got you. So, but the amount of personnel that we're going to put out there, potentially in an overtime or whatnot, those costs are going to be built into our proposed budget?
No.
Or they are not?
No. Those costs will be borne by the grant. We expect to seek reimbursement for the personnel costs for our security posture related to the World Cup through the grant.
Thank you.
And
No
keep
other
in
questions?
mind, it's split between 2 fiscal years because it's June and July. So
Gotcha.
we have some costs this fiscal year and some costs next fiscal year. And there are some overtime costs that we did come to council for during mid-year, particularly for our fire department. That's in this fiscal year that are included in the budget.
Thank you.
Hi, Libby Brett, our Finance Director. I just wanted to add one other thing. So the amount that was requested in the grant is kind of a worst-case scenario of all the boots on the ground needed. So since there was some unknowns in how much staffing would actually be used, we decided it'd be best to let the events play out, and then we'll return if a budget adjustment is needed to put the expenditures into the budget as well as the exact grant reimbursement that we submit.
I have a follow-up.
Does that make
Mayor, if it's okay to the Finance Director?
Please.
So I saw the word FEMA on here, and that just tells me it's going to take a long time and to get the reimbursement. Just used to it in my, or.
I mean, not necessarily. We're hopeful. The grant agreement lays out 3 due dates to submit the documentation, and we will certainly meet those deadlines, and we will expect funding as quickly as possible.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. I guess I'm referring to when it was COVID and we put in a lot of reimbursements to FEMA. Maybe it was a different time, but I just saw the word FEMA, and I don't want to get, I don't want to get everybody's hopes up that the money's just going to come in right after because it takes time because it's the federal government. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question. Regarding the contract, the agreement, the Los Angeles World Cup 2026 Host Committee LLC grant agreement that's in this section. And item number 13, which is on page 331 of the staff report. It says that, so the title is subject to availability of funds. And it says this agreement is subject to the availability of funds as appropriated by the World Cup FWCGP, which stands for FIFA World Cup Grant Program Fund. So that makes me a little nervous or a little concerned. So can someone explain?
I certainly can, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
So this happens often in grants where we are a subrecipient. A great example of that is our Office of Traffic Safety grant, which is actually a federal grant administered through the state, and then we are a subrecipient. And the same thing here with this grant is that we are a subrecipient of the grant. And essentially what this contract provision is saying is they will pay us as long as the government pays them. So the host committee will give us our money as long as the government gives them their money. So that's essentially, it's very much standard contract language in grants like this where we are a subrecipient, that they are saying, yes, we will hold up our end of the bargain and we will give you your money as long as the federal government gives us our money that they have promised us.
Okay. So doesn't that open us up to some exposure as far as, what if the government, FEMA, again, I share the concern of FEMA payments being late, or they change or something like that, or they're just not there, then we're not going to get reimbursed, right?
Certainly that possibility exists, but to get to this point where we are a we are standing next to the people who got the money. There's been a lot of vetting and a lot of planning to get to this point, and I'm as confident as one can be at this stage that as long as FEMA pays the host committee, we will get paid as well. And, I understand the concerns with COVID. I dealt with that as well, filing claims in another jurisdiction and getting a lot of runaround. But I would say that absent COVID, for the most part, while it still takes government time, as I like to call it, which means, when we send in a claim, it's not going to get paid the next week. But I would expect us to get paid in a decently timely fashion. That's typically the way it's gone, is we get, and in a decently timely fashion in government terms is, 6 months to a year.
Okay, but again, I just don't see the federal government as a party to this agreement.
The agreement is from the grant from the Department of Homeland Security through the FW, that acronym you referenced, to us. So the federal government's at the top, and as long as they pay the host committee will pay us. That's what that provision says.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have to push my button. Chief, you might stay up. I think, would one difference be that this is planning ahead of an emergency?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so, a tornado for those Midwesterners in the audience, or earthquakes, or things that we, apply for because they happen to us. But these are funds that are already budgeted, set aside, designated, correct?
That's very accurate, Councilmember Howorth.
FEMA, FIFA, World Cup program.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to compliment staff for all the work. Not just, and it's funny because y'all came to us and said, oh no, we're getting this grant, which nobody really ever should say out loud, so well done, you. But you were very confident because the FBI came to you, I think, and said, boy, this should be the model for everybody. And then thank you for all the continued work you're doing. I know staff is working so hard planning for every contingency that could happen, and I feel so comforted by that.
Thank you, ma'am. It's definitely been a team effort with the fire department and finance and public works and everyone. We're just very grateful for everyone jumping in to help us with this grant application.
But don't, you set our expectations pretty high for the next grant, so.
Yes, ma'am. Keep that in mind.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. No further questions. Open it up for public comments. Seeing none. Close public comments. Any comments, colleagues?
Pretty exciting. I saw the banners starting to go up.
Yeah, the banners.
Cannot wait. Got my jersey on the way.
Good. Okay. So let's call for a motion.
I think your screen isn't working.
Oh, this is a problem.
Now you got to go to vote. There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's a.
So we've had, so we've moved it. We got a second?
There's a
Yes,
motion by
Okay.
Nina.
Pro Tem Tarnay, and I've seconded.
Okay.
Does
great.
someone
Got
need
it.
to fix? Well,
Thank you, and call for the vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Fingers crossed. Okay. Somebody stepped up here and is doing something to my computer.
remember back in the old days, broadcast TV, and there'd be just a card, TV card? Please excuse, technical difficulties.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, you probably don't.
I don't either. You know and I don't.
You know what, I can handle it.
I do.
Well played. Oh, did you not have a TV?
I do, I know. Black and white only, yeah.
I remember that.
Okay, so moving on to item number 13, and Community Development Director Akira.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. Masa Al-Khair, Community Development Director. As noted in the staff report, the recommendation is to continue the item. Mayor Franklin, would you like to open the public hearing?
Okay. So at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing. Are there any requests to speak in the council chambers? Seeing none. Close public comments. Assistant City Clerk Mattson, are there any requests to speak on Zoom?
No requests on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. So seeing no further requests to speak, the public hearing will be continued to the June 16th, 2026 regular City Council meeting. Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Thank you. So moving on to the next item. Number 14, conduct public hearing in consideration of renewing the city's military equipment policy by introducing ordinance number 26003. Police Chief Johnson.
Good evening again, Mayor Franklin, members of the City Council, Rachel Johnson, your police chief. Lieutenant Saboski will be giving this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Matt Saboski, and I'm currently lieutenant overseeing our professional standards office. Tonight, I'm here to present the Manhattan Beach Police Department's 2025 Annual Military Equipment Use Report as required by Government Code Section 7072. This law is about transparency and ensures our community is informed about the specialized equipment used by their police department. By law and under our own city ordinance and military equipment policy, this report must include how each type of equipment was used, any complaints received, the results of internal audits, the annual costs, an updated list of our current inventory, and any requests for equipment we may seek in the coming year. You'll find all this information in tonight's presentation, and it's also available on our city website. Before we begin, I want to clarify a few things for the City Council and public. The term military equipment is defined by state law, not by the Manhattan Beach Police Department. In practice, it refers to tools that our officers don't carry every day. These are used in specific situations. For example, our use of drones, which are commercially available and can be purchased by anybody, but still fall under this definition. Also, any request for new equipment tonight doesn't mean we're purchasing it right away. If council approves these requests, we still have to go through the regular budgeting and purchasing process. Think of this as a first step, basically a transparency step. Here's a quick summary of Manhattan Beach PD's military equipment that was used in 2025. Drones, we deployed drones 2 times for training and 24 times for incidents and special events. Our Bearcat Regional Armor Vehicle was used 2 times for training and 5 special events. Our mobile command post was deployed 7 times for community events and 1 time for traffic collision. Our SWAT mobile command vehicle was used 7 times for training and were 1 search warrant. Our CNT, or crisis negotiation van, was not used because of being upgraded. Breaching tools, tear gas, explosive projectiles were used 1 time for training. Rifles were only used in training for things like qualifications and team drills, and kinetic energy launchers were used 2 times for training purposes. As for audits and community input, no complaints were received in 2025. Our inventory was reviewed by each bureau. No significant issues were found. Regarding the cost summary, the total identified cost of equipment related expenses in 2025 was $46,718.1775. That includes expenses for upgrades, maintenance, training, and ammo replacement. All these costs were covered within our existing police department budget. Regarding inventory, our full 2025 equipment log is attached to this presentation. It's kept current and updated throughout the year. Looking ahead to 2026, we request the availability to purchase additional drone systems as we incorporate the drones as first responders in 2026. And lastly, we're requesting approval to bring forward urgent equipment requests via staff report to council if a need comes up before our next public meeting in March 2027. Again, approval tonight just allows us to move forward with the process. Any purchases would still follow city procedures. In closing, staff recommends, 1, holding this public meeting, which we're doing now. 2, that the council receive and file the 2025 military equipment report. 3, introducing ordinance 26-0003 to renew ordinance 25-0007. And 4, approve the equipment request for 2026 as outlined. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Council members, any questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Press my button.
Councilmember Howorth.
Thank you so much, and always thank you for everything you all do. I appreciated the summary of the usage, how many times a drone was deployed or whatever, and I see that in the back, you have your military equipment usage log. Is the summary, like the simple thing that you just said, drones were used, 7 times, 4 times, is there a simple list like that? Because when I look at the military equipment log, like, I don't know what a UAS is. Like, it just, or it's just hard for me, like, if I have to go and look through it, it's hard for me to get the summary, like you just listed off. Is there a reason that's not done here, or is it just because that's not the format we use?
They were all attached to the staff report. The one you're referring to, I believe, is the one with the Excel spreadsheet version.
Yes. This one? Right.
Correct.
So, but and I know they're all there, but it would be nice for me, for my brain, it'd be nice just to see, just the list, this was used 7 times, this was used, just like what you just said.
A more simplified version of that. Yeah, that's no
For
problem.
dummies, military equipment for dummies.
We're trying to be as detailed as possible for you. So, yeah, no
I
problem. We can do a more
appreciate that.
summarized version.
Yeah,
Sure.
not a criticism, just, great, thank you. That's it.
Okay, great. Anybody else? Council? No? So open up public comments.
Stefan Kumpa here once again. Great report. I'd like to get a little story about how do we know we have enough or too much? How do we figure this out? Do we have too much or not enough? So what's the process that we went through to figure out what we need? And we want to make sure we're safe, but just give me a little story about how we figured that out, please.
Okay. Any more in chambers? Patty, how about Zoom?
No requests on Zoom.
Okay. So I'm going to close public comments and open it up for comments by my colleagues. So we have Councilmember Lesser.
I have one, and I will ask the chief the question that was asked by the member of the public, which is, how did we arrive at the military equipment list that we have, or the needs that we have? How are they assessed?
Yeah, the amount of equipment that we have and we use is very consistent with all other police agencies, our size and scope of what we practice. And depending on the units that we have, the special units that we have equipment consistent with what our unit would need. And it's pretty straightforward across the board from city to city. With regards to anything specific, I can answer that.
I guess the larger question is, are there best practices for a city of our size related to where we're located? What are some of the criteria that goes into that determination of whether we have sufficient access to sufficient, military equipment? Is there sort of a mutual aid sort of concept that applies to this equipment, that we can get it from another agency that's close to us in the event of need? What goes into the decision to purchase the equipment that we do?
So thank you for the question, Councilmember Lesser. Just as Lieutenant Sabaski said, we definitely go by industry standards and what, kind of what is best practice here in the South Bay historically, right? We also are constrained by what we can afford and what we can store and what we can train our personnel on. So we certainly have mutual aid agreements in place with folks like the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. like, let's just say, for instance, we had a bomb threat. They have a team of folks who do that sort of thing and do it very well because they do it all the time. And we would reach out to them for those type of things that would involve military equipment related to explosives. The same thing with anything related to SWAT or tactics. We do have our own SWAT team. They train very regularly. But if the incident either goes on too long or is just larger than we are really prepared to handle, we can rely on LA Sheriff's Department, Special Enforcement Bureau, to come out, take over, and help us resolve that incident peaceably. To Mr. Compa's question and your question on his behalf, is it enough? You don't know until you really need it, and when you need it, it will never feel like enough. So we do our best to make sure that we inventory and audit our equipment, make sure it's working, make sure we have personnel trained not only to use it, but to train those who need to be trained to use it. And we feel confident that we have what is reasonable and necessary for an agency of our size, given the infrastructure we have in our city and the businesses we have in our city. We are very much part of a mutual aid group in the South Bay that if we have something that either exceeds our capabilities or we need to buttress our capabilities with more, like say we need a second armored vehicle, our relationships are such and our memorandums of understanding are such that in the South Bay, if we needed another armored vehicle, we could call one of our neighboring agencies, and they certainly would provide us with that without hesitation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Shirley.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick, and thank you for bringing this report forward. Now, this is required to be kind of renewed how often?
Once a year.
Once a year.
Yes, sir.
So, but I appreciate you guys staying on top of it and keeping the community safe.
Certainly.
Yeah, and Chief, I have a question. You
Yes,
mentioned the mutual aid.
Yes.
Is there any effort, like, to meet with, adjacent police departments and actually go through and cross-check the inventory to see, because we're so close to everybody, to see if there's items, equipment that can be shared by all 3, 4, however many you defined would be in our region right here, to share equipment and help share the cost?
Certainly, we, our tactical commanders, our crisis response team commanders, that group for the South Bay meets regularly just to discuss things that are of interest to them related to deployments and tactics. And we do discuss sharing of equipment. For years, we've shared a regional armored vehicle. And that's worked out, and it'll probably work out until it doesn't, right? And which is why when the council approved, I believe last year, the purchase of an armored vehicle, which we hope to receive in 2027, we've been bumped a little bit on the priority list. That's why we requested that, because yes, we do think that there is value in regionalizing and sharing equipment. Until everybody needs the equipment at the same time. So there are certain things that maybe one agency has that others don't, because it's maybe a really specialized piece of equipment that if you needed to, you could live without it. But and we do talk a lot about what we all have as a collective. But generally speaking, a lot of things that we were doing regionally, like having a regional armored vehicle, a lot of the agencies that were participating in that have purchased their own, just because you want to have what you need when you need it, especially in today's climate. So we do discuss that all the time, and we know what agencies have kind of really niche specialized equipment, but we typically are trying to make sure that we can at least hold our own for a while in the city.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open up public comments. Oh, I'm sorry. Jeez. So we're going to close public comments, or Patty, we already checked online, right, for Zoom? Okay, so we're going to close public comments. Thank you. And council discussion.
There's a motion. I've made a motion
Okay.
to approve. Oh, now I have to go back to it. Let's see. Oh, this is 14. Okay, to receive and file the 2025 Annual Military Equipment Report and to introduce ordinance number 26-0003, to renew ordinance number 22-006 again, which established our military equipment policy.
Okay, and I can see that that's seconded by Councilmember Sherillian. Can we call for the vote, please?
Yeah, before the vote, I'll read the title. Ordinance number 26-0003, An ordinance of the City of Manhattan Beach renewing a previously approved military equipment use policy pursuant to Assembly Bill 481 and Government Code Section 7070 et sec.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Colleagues, how we doing? Doing okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so move on to item number 15. I'm sorry, to number 16. That we've switched, so conduct a public hearing and consideration of resolutions adopting the fiscal year 2027 operating budget and the Gann appropriations limit. Finance Director Brett Howard.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Franklin, members of the City Council. This might be a record for talking about the budget so early in the night, too, so quite a switch.
Aim to please. We want fresh minds.
That's right, and hopefully former Councilmember Montgomery is not going to miss it, talking about it so early. So you might want to text him. That's funny. Okay, glad to start everyone off in a great mood, too. So my name is Libby Brett Howard. I'm the city's finance director. I'm very pleased tonight to continue our budget discussions. I'd also like to thank our finance budget team as well as all of the other city departments for helping us get to this point tonight. As I said during the proposed budget presentation on May 5th, this has been a very challenging budget year, just like last year. And through each presentation, during our quarterly budget reports, our mid-year budget updates, as well as during this budget process for the new fiscal year, our team has strived for full transparency on the city's financial position, and I hope tonight's presentation provides some additional context and facts on our current budget situation. So first, we do, of course, have all of our budget documents on our city website, as well as we have our Open Finance Transparency page, which provides members of the public and city council nearly real-time revenue and expenditure data, so you can compare our budget to actual expenditures and revenues coming in throughout the fiscal year, as well as information on salaries, positions, and pensions, et cetera. So I invite everyone to take a look at our transparency pages. So tonight's presentation was noticed as a public hearing, and I will be recapping some budget information that's been already provided to date, as well as providing some requested follow-up information. And if we're ready to move forward, we do have the resolutions attached that would adopt the budget and the Gann appropriations limit tonight. So just to begin our recap of our fiscal outlook, our city budget is a spending plan, and it should first and foremost reflect our community's priorities. Results of our budget survey confirm that our budget aligns with community priorities of public safety and emergency services, which totals about 52% of our general fund spending. The fiscal year 27 budget also includes funding to maintain essential services at our desired service levels. And as a service organization, we rely on our employees to maintain our outstanding services. And this year's budget continues to support our service-oriented employees with the MOU salary adjustments that were approved last year. The proposed budget also prioritizes infrastructure and maintenance in line with the survey results and at the outstanding service levels expected in the community. Now, our revenues are stable in key areas, including property taxes, our largest general fund revenue source. And we're fortunate that voters approved Measure MMB last November, or in November 2024, to generate an additional $6.6 million in transactions and use tax. The city has also maintained our AAA credit rating for many years now, and S&P reaffirmed our rating last year. Overall, our financial position has allowed us to maintain our outstanding service levels and make strategic investments in infrastructure, even during periods of revenue growth slowdown. Yet we still have our challenges, and we have had budget challenges pretty much since the pandemic. And we've been doing some different budget balancing measures each of those years since then. But like I said, this has probably been one of the most challenging budget years since the pandemic because we have so many competing interests. And in this current era of economic uncertainty, slow revenue growth, and high costs are painful for everyone, families, businesses, and even cities and school districts. So we absolutely acknowledge and agree with members of the public who have sent emails and made comments about concerns, and we share those concerns. But I just want to highlight that our 5-year forecast section of the budget document is an important tool for seeing these trends, which we discuss every year. And then this also allows us the ability to take preemptive action. So I just wanted to note that since 2023, the 5-year forecast has shown a use of fund balance in each year as we adopted the budget. However, at the end of each fiscal year, our actuals usually come in higher and in a better position. So other challenges the city is facing include rising CalPERS UAL costs, which now total about $2.7 million in the general fund this year, and these are expected to increase up to $3.6 million in fiscal year 29. We'll also talk more about our insurance reserve fund, and there the costs continue to escalate due to premiums, and as well as claims and litigation expenses. And finally, I've discussed in the prior presentations too that we've seen significant increases in equipment and fleet replacement costs due to inflation, tariffs, and technology increases, and this will continue to be a problem in the next few years to come. So this is an important slide with big dollar impacts that if our revenues are only growing at 2 to 4% each year, then we just cannot continue to absorb some of these other bigger ticket items without some either further cost containment measures or revenue enhancements. So just kind of zooming out to the total citywide budget, overall our revenues are about just under $200 million. Expenditures are showing at about $210 million, which can occur when we're looking at the budget for all funds, especially when you're talking about capital projects where we tend to accumulate revenues or funds over time and then spend those for larger projects. So it could be a normal occurrence for expenditures to exceed your revenues in your total citywide budget. But moving on to focus on the general fund. The next slide has just a bunch of numbers about the general fund budget. But before we get there, I wanted to just highlight some important trends on what's really driving the numbers on the next slide. And as we've already heard in the public comments too, there are real concerns about this deficit of $9.5 million that we're showing in the budget. But I want to make a few things clear to address these concerns. So to be clear, the $9.5 million that you're hearing about as a deficit is not a structural funding imbalance where ongoing expenditures are exceeding our ongoing revenues. This number includes, it's mainly due to a proposed $6 million one-time transfer to our insurance reserve fund, which is needed there due to underfunding in prior years as well. So, and we'll talk more about that in a moment too. But one of the biggest things that's impacting the general fund deficit are these transfers to other funds. And I see the mouse here. I did want to highlight one thing, if this is, it's not working. I do have a pocket slide that I wanted to share due to all of the questions we've been getting. If we could jump to slide 55, please. So as Patty's pulling it up, thank you, Patty. I just wanted to reiterate that this is not a new, this didn't come out of nowhere. This trend has been happening the last few years, but what has changed is our presentation in the budget and how we're speaking about our general fund revenues over expenditures calculation. 55.
Libby, we don't have that slide in our packet, right?
Not yet, no. We'll post it after tonight. Thank you, Patty. So this slide is just showing a quick history on the adopted budget from starting in fiscal year 23 to tonight's proposed budget of fiscal year 27. So for many years, we have focused on the structural budget surplus or deficit, and that's that top line number. And you can see in some years, particularly fiscal year 24 and 25, the budget was adopted with a very slim surplus of about $500,000, which leaves very little to no room for things that always seem to pop up throughout the year that we have to come back to council and request budget appropriations. So one of my goals would be to increase that number over time, but that will take some work and collaboration for staff as well as with the city council's input. But what would not often be focused on is the last line, the adopted budget after interfund transfers. So you can see in each year from fiscal year 23 to now, that number's red. So after including the interfund transfers out of the general fund, we were actually showing a decrease of our general fund balance. And so I just wanted to share that to give some history to how our budget came to be where it is today, and that this is not a new change, but what has changed is our presentation, and here's why. So with the mid-year report, we discussed a few times, or with our annual financial report, our ACFR report, that we completed in January and presented in January. Our outgoing audit firm recommended we make this change to our presentation of transfers. And if you recall, we also have an incoming audit firm, so we discussed it with this second external audit firm, and they also concurred with this change. So we did our own research, and we felt it was very important to make this change where we were no longer doing these interfund transfers kind of below that line through our balance sheet. We wanted to bring it in, which is the best practice, to show it in our revenues and expenditures and discuss this number in totality so that we're not just showing the structural surplus, but we're really truly showing the increase or decrease to our general fund balance each year and what we expect that number to be. So that's why you're hearing this big change from, hey, how did we go from a budget surplus of 6.6 to a negative 9.5, but really we're not comparing the same numbers. So I just wanted to try to point that out to show that we've changed our methodology in our budget presentation. It was recommended by not one but two audit firms. We concurred after researching it with other AAA rated cities in California. They follow this best practice. We wanted to follow this best practice, and what it's done then is given a better picture of our general fund position, and now we can really have better discussions to make better decisions for long-term fiscal sustainability, so that way we can work together to make that bottom number a positive over time. So with that, we could jump back to the regular presentation if we could. We were on slide 7. So there are a few other kind of big ticket items that are also impacting our budget this year, and I wanted to point out we're talking about this one-time transfer to our insurance fund due to a need there, but I did want to highlight that we have increased the regular charge-outs already by $1.8 million, and in our fleet fund, we've increased those charges by about $500,000. So we can get into a long conversation about internal service funding, but basically those funds are, the expenditures in those funds are paid for by the other using departments. So if costs are going up in our fleet fund to replace vehicles, and in one of the other presentations, I gave an example of an ambulance that has more than doubled in cost since the last time we purchased it. So that will ultimately impact the general fund, and we have to start discussing how we can build up some more funds in our fleet fund as well as our insurance fund for these rising costs in all of these areas. So the proposed budget also includes new debt service payments for the public safety radios that we purchased in the last year. And as I mentioned, our CalPERS UAL costs are increasing. And then the proposed budget also includes projected increases in all of our labor and materials and contract services contracts that, as we know, have been increasing with inflation and other economic pressures. So all of that said, we can okay, there we go. So that said, the budget as presented in the proposed budget on May 5th showed our ongoing revenues of about $119 million, our ongoing expenditures at just under $117 million, and there's that structural surplus number of about $1.9 million. But then we have our incoming transfer from excess funds in the county lots fund, estimated at $146,000 this year. We have planned to purchase some equipment replacements of about $400,000. And then we have transfers out to the street lighting fund due to the subsidy that's required there. And then we have our planned $5 million transfer to the CIP fund, and then this one-time transfer to the insurance fund that we're showing this year. And that results in the decrease to fund balance of about $9.6 million. So with that, we projected our fund balance at the end of fiscal year 27 in the proposed budget at about $23.4 million, or that's our policy reserve, and then our unreserved fund balance would total about $1.5 million. And then as discussed, we are showing a temporary reduction or depletion of the economic uncertainty reserve that was previously $4 million. And outside of the general fund, I just wanted to point out at the bottom of the slide there, it does say our Section 115 trust fund, the fund sitting here can only be used for pension costs. We are projecting the balance in that fund to be about $6.5 million at the end of the year. In previous years, on the slide that we jumped to, hopefully you noticed the transfers to the Section 115 trust fund in previous years. I did discuss in a previous presentation that we've put those on pause in this next year's budget. All right, so one of the questions raised earlier too was, what have we done about these budget challenges? And first and foremost, before the budget was even presented on May 5th, staff got to work and looked for areas that we could reduce our controllable costs. And here's a depiction of the $1.1 million that was already reduced before we presented the budget on May 5th. You can see the various areas each department was able to identify. All of these areas were considered to be fairly easy reductions that would minimize or have no impact to services to the public. So we're happy to go in detail here, but in the interest of time, I'll probably just keep moving, but happy to answer questions if you have them.
Colleagues, do we have some questions?
I'm happy to let staff continue with the presentation.
Okay.
I think you have a pause somewhere here, don't you?
Yeah, looks like
Oh, yeah, we could. Yeah, in a few slides.
16,
Yeah.
I think.
So, yeah, I'll pause in a few slides then. So the proposed budget also includes 3 new full-time positions. However, as you can see on the slide, we'll just kind of go through each one, and other department staff is here to answer other questions. So we are proposing the addition of 1 new full-time human resources assistant. You'll see the 0 cost there attributed to it because we are funding it through a reduction in part-time hours and contract services. So although it's adding a full-time position, the cost is neutral at this time. The next item is not a new position, it's just a position change from one title to another. There's a slight reduction in cost there in the Parks and Recreation Department. In the Fire Department, they're proposing an upgrade to 1 position that is minimal cost of $7,000 per year. In the Public Works Department, that's where we have the other 2 new full-time positions. One being a new full-time management analyst, and the other being a new full-time sewer maintenance worker. So regarding the management analyst, the total net change there is $88,000, but that is across multiple funds. So I want to point out here, it's not on the slide, but the general fund impact here is actually negative because the department gave up part-time hours that were already budgeted in the general fund, But then really the position will be working across multiple programs, so that's why other funds are picking up some of the cost. Excuse me. And then the sewer maintenance worker, that position will be fully funded by sewer fund service charges in the sewer fund. The last item is an upgrade in the IT department for the moving the office assistant to an administrative assistant classification. So altogether, these position changes would total $162,000. However, as I mentioned, it's not all in the general fund. It's spread out across multiple funds. Okay, and to quickly recap too, so this was discussed at the first presentation. The budget does include some new items that were identified by staff as being critical items to move forward in this next year's budget. So if you'd like, we can go through each one, or we could just kind of show it on the slide, and then if you have questions, we can refer back to it. But there are several, overall there's 29 items across all the departments. And again, these items are all built into the proposed budget. Here are the other items on this slide. But I do want to say, like, not only did we look at cost containment and reductions to the budget, there were other items, starting on slide 14, that departments requested, but due to budget constraints, were identified as not immediate needs or not critical enough to be built into the proposed budget. So although these are, the staff feels these are very important, and they'll will likely come back in a future budget year or possibly a mid-year, depending on the need, at this time they have been deferred and are not included in the fiscal year 27 budget. And again, staff would be happy to answer any questions about any of these items. And slide 16 was just a recap slide of the itemized list presented earlier. There was a typo on the original slide, so this is a corrected slide that we will also be posting after the meeting with the other slide I showed earlier. So with that, so this is kind of a natural pause if you'd like. So tonight we would be looking for direction on the personnel requests included in the budget, the other budget requests that were included in the budget. If you have questions on the deferred items and the need, we'd be happy to discuss those. And then, as I mentioned a few times now, we have already built in $1.1 million in budget reductions proactively into this year's budget.
Okay. So questions, Council? Councilmember Lesser.
Libby, I have one. Thank you for the presentation thus far. I wanted to review the urgency of hiring the 3 additional positions in addition to the 3 reclassifications, and whether or not what would be the implications if council said, we don't want to hire any more employees at this time. We want to wait till our mid-year review, see what sort of revenues we have to offset some of these expenses, and defer the new hires, not the reclassifications, but the new hires.
Certainly, I think if the departments would like to provide some information on that, it's like our Public Works Director is on the move first.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Joe DeFrancesco, Interim Public Works Director. Councilman Lesser, I'll take the question for the 2 positions in Public Works. The first position we were asking for is the sewer maintenance worker, who is funded out of the sewer rates. Right now, we have 2 sewer cleaning vehicles, and we have the camera van. We have enough employees in the sewer maintenance to put 2 employees in the camera van, which is required, 2 employees in the each of the vehicles that are cleaning the sewer system. Then what we were asking for is to turn 1 part-time position. We have 2 part-time positions, turn 1 into a full-time position. Because a great deal of the year, we also need to be cleaning all the storm catch basins and maintaining the storm system during the summer months, especially for the rainy season. We don't have enough employees currently to maintain our goal of cleaning the sewer system once a year, our goal is to video the sewer system over a 5-year span, and those are both in our sewer system management plans requirements. And so it's a juggling act right now. We spend time videoing, we spend time cleaning, and then we spend a lot of time cleaning catch basins and the storm drain system. And likely, I would say likely in the 5-year span, we will probably would not get to the videoing. The priority would stay probably on the cleaning of the storm drain system and the sewer lines. But without the videoing, then we don't have a good idea of what the condition of the sewer system is. And then that can lead to other problems because we're not keeping up with our condition assessment.
And the idea is that the videos catch potential blockage or leaks?
Yeah, they alert us to things that are going to be maybe a problem now, maybe a problem in the future, and help us address those in a more timely manner. And instead of waiting for an overflow or some broken pipe that we react to instead of maybe being able to get out there.
And does the department have access to contract employees to supplement city staff for this type of work, or no?
Could you repeat the process?
Does the Public Works Department have access to contract workers to supplement city staffs to complete this work?
We don't at the moment. We could go out and do a RFP and try to hire someone to do that work. It's in my experience, it's generally, videoing especially, is generally much more expensive. I think the city invested in the camera van a couple years ago before I was here, with the intention of bringing that activity in-house to have some control over it and some ability to. The camera van is really appreciated by the community because when there's an issue going on and someone has a backup in their lateral, they like us to come out and make sure that it isn't a problem in our system before they spend hundreds or thousands of dollars doing something on their lateral. So that we get a lot of really good feedback on our ability to utilize that van, the camera van, in situations like that.
Thank you.
And the second one is our management analyst. We have it would primarily be in support of the water division, which has the water production and the treatment sides. And then it would be on our field operations, which is the parks, facilities, fleet, and field operations. And at this current time, around 50 employees, and we have no management analyst working to support that, any of that field operations and water operations. A couple of activities they would be undertaking right now. They could be providing a tremendous amount of support for. We have a water rate study going on, a sewer rate study going on. We don't have management support at the analyst position, so our managers have to do the management duties we require them to do, and then they also have to be able to provide the data support that an analyst would be generally doing. The same with the fleet. We don't have a person who can dedicate management analyst type duties to do an analysis for our fleet. As we get prepared next year, we'll be coming back with fleet recommendations, and so that'll be up to the manager. So we're pulling people away to do those activities constantly. And in my opinion, the managers need to be managing more. We have a lot of supervisors out there also, and they need the management support. And we tend to use our managers as managers and management analysts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Can I just ask one question?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I believe the Human Resources Director wanted to address the third position. Is that right? Or would be able to? We haven't rehearsed this, but I wanted to better understand the urgency of hiring the additional personnel.
Sure. Good evening, Council. Lisa Jenkins, Human Resources Director. So I'll start by saying that the Human Resources Department has been very cautious over time in adding full-time staffing. We've had the same number of full-time staff since 2015, actually. And so the request for HR is for an HR assistant position. And over time, we've been able to accommodate the needs of a growing city workforce and increased demands just in terms of compliance issues, so new legislation that requires ongoing staff work. You saw our vacancy report a month ago. We have additional laws for access to new hire orientation that requires tracking. Recently, new requirements as far as contracts and notification to our labor unions. So all that to say, it's a combination of increased complexity, increased workload, because with every additional employee who's added to the city, increase to benefits, administration, increase to potential workplace support that we need to provide. We've also have become more proactive in certain areas, like organizing a citywide and assisting with a public works safety committee. Our workload on a day-to-day basis has increased, is what I'm trying to say. And we've been able to supplement that with part-time staffing. Also, we've identified areas where typically we've decentralized work, and so different departments have performed that work. For consistency's sake, moving forward, it would be more efficient and effective to centralize that in human resources. So examples of this are processing step increases for employees throughout the city to ensure consistency in timing and meet a regular schedule, departmental interviews that happen at later stages in the process rather than the first steps in the process. So these are also things that we would be adding to human resources workload with the addition of this new full-time position. So I would say, as far as the urgency, we can continue with the part-time staffing that we've added over time to do the things that we've been doing to date. I don't think that we'd be able to add to our workload. The request that was put forward is fully offset, and that's a combination of we would be reallocating or reassigning duties in part that have been performed by some part-time staff that we've had, as well as we've looked at other areas of our budget, contract services, and other places where we could utilize that funding for the full-time position. So to address your specific question about the urgency and understanding the council's potential interest in revisiting this at mid-year, essentially we would just be operating under our status quo, what we've been doing now, and wouldn't be able to take on anything additional or expand our programs and offerings or centralize things that have currently been decentralized.
Thank you. Thank you,
And
Mr. Mayor.
Miguel is waiting online to discuss his, our RT director is waiting online to discuss his position.
I don't know if, maybe you can clarify, Councilmember Lesser, I think you asked for the 3 new positions,
Correct. That was
not the
the focus.
upgrades.
Correct.
So Miguel's is an upgrade.
Then we don't need
Thank
Miguel.
you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Libby, I just have one question, a couple of questions actually, on, let's see, slide 14 of the presentation, item 2 under finance. These are deferred requests that I'm just, I want to know if we defer that payment portal, will it impact collection?
Thank you for asking about this one. It was painful to put on the deferred list because it's something we really want and need, and it's something we've been working on. So currently, we have a staff person dedicated to processing the manual payments of about 100 short-term rental payments every month. And so we are continuing to work on this, and we're hoping to bring it back to the city council at a later date. But we're also looking at ways that maybe we could either pass through the costs to the short-term rental operators to help pay for the online processing. So that way that would bring that $65,000 cost down. So we're still researching it and finding ways to help pay for it, and hope to bring it back to council at a later date.
Would the portal enable people who may not be paying, like avoiding it, where it's now easier and that there's more incentive for them to pay? I'm just wondering if we're offset, we're trying to offset that 65,000, but we're also potentially losing out on collecting TOTs.
Well, certainly, there's kind of, there's different tracks there that you're talking about, that yes, hopefully it would make payment easier, so more people would do it, and that it would make it more cost-effective for us as well if they're paying online rather than mailing or submitting checks. But separately, we are working to identify payers, or excuse me, operators who are not paying, both in finance, and then our code enforcement division is regularly working on this. So we are working actively to identify operators who are not paying TOT and not having, who do not have a business license. So we are continuing to work on that outside of this process of implementing an online payment portal.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is, can you pull up the supplemental slide, please?
Sure.
Ready?
Number 55.
I really appreciate the deep dive that you're taking into how we're reporting, and that it's going to be in the long run. I think right now it looks a little painful because we're seeing numbers that didn't look like they existed before, when in actuality it sounds, based on your presentation, is those numbers existed, right? Those deficits existed. So if we were not to continue to report in our former methodology, what would our numbers look like?
We would have continued to highlight the top number there, the 1.9 million. Okay. But every year we would include the full transfer list and the adopted budget after transfers in our 5-year forecast file. So it just wasn't as highlighted as much as our new methodology, which it will be front and center because these transfers are part of our revenues and expenditures mix, and so it will be highlighted more in the budget document in the future.
Okay, thank you. No, it's, you know, I'm looking at it and it really helps me to see, to better understand what the realities of our budget looks like, so I appreciate it.
Absolutely, and that was one of the reasons why we felt we had to make this change, because it's all in one place rather than expecting people to flip from this section of the budget back to another section of the budget. So now it will be presented all in one easier place.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilmember Shirley.
Thank you, Councilmember Franklin. Sorry, Mayor. It's still brand new.
Yeah.
We're not talking about this. So first, you can leave the slide up, but I do want to appreciate my colleague, Councilmember Lesser, bringing up the positions, based on seeing our reserves kind of dwindle down our 5-year forecast. I don't know if, and I appreciate the input from the public, from both directors, HR and Public Works, but I don't know if we're in a position, even though they're not all general fund items and there's some offsets, but they're still net new employees. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And then to follow up on what these are stuff on my list, but you guys brought them up, about what Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay brought up is the short-term rentals. So I guess to me, and I was looking at that as a revenue kind of generator as well, having people, having short-term rental properties be able to submit those online and collect them for us versus, there is something out there that sometimes people, they talk about, which is we don't get to see the TOT if somebody doesn't turn it in. Is that correct? Like if somebody rents something, if they don't come into City Hall and report it, can we make it so that they only do it electronically, so we would get the remittance from Airbnb, whoever the vendor is, versus if I rent my house and I'm in the coastal zone and I get 14% more on my $10,000 a month rental, like, it's up to me to come in and turn that in, right?
Yes, so what you're referring to is what the companies like Airbnb call an automatic collection agreement.
Yeah.
Versus not having an automatic collection agreement. That would be an agreement between, say, Airbnb and the city. So other cities do have these agreements in place. And they have for a few years, and it's something we've looked at first a couple of years ago when short-term rentals really started to grow in the city. So the benefit to an automatic collection agreement is that Airbnb collects the TOT for us and remits those funds directly to the city, so the operator really doesn't have to do anything else. The downside, which is why we didn't further pursue it a few years ago, is that Airbnb and these companies refuse to give you any data with the payment, which we verified with other cities who have these collection agreements because we couldn't believe it at first. So it's like, you just send us a big check, but you don't tell us the property it's coming from, the operator, or give us any kind of data. Like, we live on data behind these payments. And so at the time, it was the companies would not provide that information and backup. They would just remit to you whatever they collected in your city. So that is actually what prompted recent legislation, which, correct me if I'm wrong, was like Senate Bill 346 maybe? So it was just approved in the last year, and it was to try to force companies like Airbnb, VRBO, however it's pronounced, to provide cities with that backup data. But what we've heard is that immediately companies like Airbnb went on record saying, you could try to force us to give you that data, but we're just going to sue the first city who tries. So our understanding in the last few months, I've been talking about it at conferences and with other cities, so to my knowledge, no one has pursued pushing the companies to give them that data yet. But that is why we haven't pursued it, because we prefer to have that data submitted with the TOT payments to know how often they're renting the properties, what their average rental rates are, and then force the operators to have that contact with the city as well.
And I'll just add to that we do actively pursue those actors who are trying to do this without coming forward and reporting to the city. And we have a lot of success in going after those individuals.
Oh, fantastic. So short answer in the sense of item number 2, could that generate more revenue, or the only way you would generate more revenue is if you put a fee on to offset like this cost? Is that?
Yeah, so we're looking at tacking on a processing fee that would offset the cost to the city to have this online payment portal, similar to what we do with our business license processing fee. So we're looking at that. And I think the other part of your question was whether it would generate other revenue.
Yeah, probably not.
I think from there, it's really just our other programs to find the operators who aren't paying and force them to pay.
Right. No, and I appreciate that part. I'm all for, because this will make things easier for staff that's processing 100 or plus 150 a month, correct?
A month, yes.
So seems like, I guess we can talk about this later when we talk about items. But one thing on the deferred request sheet, since we're still on that topic, there's a lot of things on here that you can kind of take a look at and say, wow, this looks really important. But I appreciate them being on here. The one thing that sticks out for me, just being a former employee, is the fact that the window shades for $20,000 on the west side of the building, which gets about 8 to 10 degrees hotter. I think a city manager could attest to that, and community development staff. So when the time comes, I guess I want to talk about that, because it's pretty bad. I appreciate it being on the deferred list, but that's something that I've experienced, and it's not fun. So yeah, going back to this slide on 55, and I appreciate the new methodology. Just for a little bit more clarity. This is the model that the city's brought forward, carefully curated budgets since the early 2000s with the same auditor as they were exiting, proposed this new model. I've seen cities that there's a myriad of ways you can do this, but this does show the bottom line. But during those times that the previous model was intact, our economic uncertainty fund and our policy reserves were never impacted. Looking at the 5-year forecast, when I say impacted, not to the extreme that we're seeing it now. So, but I appreciate modernizing it and finding, you know, I would say better way, but, you know, a better way to kind of show it. But again, this is something that, you know, it's building the foundation of where we are financially with getting our first AAA and all the building that we've done. And this was done, if you look at the previous years, the 23, 24, 25, that was done without the $6.5 million MMB. So if that 6.5 MMB was there, that would, those numbers would be black. So, but that's all I have to say about that. Can we see the 5-year forecast slide?
Sure, if I could, I do have a second slide too that does show a chart that if we remove the one-time $6 million transfer to the insurance fund, then we do look somewhat consistent with the prior years.
Right.
So as
Yeah,
you were saying.
that's the anomaly is the $6 million.
Yes.
And we had a similar situation in and this happens periodically with the insurance fund. We had a similar situation in between 16 and 19, I believe, if the numbers were right around there, that the insurance fund needed money. And but it was $6 million, it was $2 million over 3 years. So this go around, it's a little bit of more of a sticker shock. That's a lot more than the $2 million that we did from 16 to 19, which was over a period of time, and that's what I would have liked to see during this budget, but that's just.
And I'll just reiterate for the council that during mid-year, we did bring forward a request for 1.7 of that 6 million. But the council still wanted to kind of see how things played out with the economy, and so we were asked to bring that back. So that is, you know, adding to, it is included in that 6 million that we're asking for was that 1.7 million that we asked for at mid-year.
And then in addition to the $6 million, you're doing a charge out for 1.8 million.
The 1.8 million that I referenced is an increase to the charge outs.
Oh.
So that does kind of bring me to this other slide that I believe I showed maybe on May 5th. But this is a history of the Insurance Reserve Fund, and the gold brown line is the revenues, starting in fiscal year 22 on the left. So in that area, you can see that revenues exceeded the expenditures of 10.8 million. But that was due to some recoveries from claims and cases that had settled in previous years. So as we've mentioned, as we have these ongoing cases and claims, the city has to spend out on legal expenses and other expenses. Once a case settles or closes, then we do recover those funds from our excess insurance. So in fiscal year 22, we got fairly large payout, so that's why you see the revenues exceeding expenditures there. Unfortunately, in every year since then, expenditures have exceeded the revenues. And again, when I say revenues, it's those charge outs to other funds. And I believe I explained in a previous presentation too that we've come to realize that our methodology for funding the insurance fund, we've been using a 5-year average, which usually, many years ago, it worked because claims would go up and down and up and down, and over time they averaged out to be minimal increases. But as you can see in the last few years, our expenditures have just continued to rise due to a few larger litigation claims against the city. And so those expenditures have been increasing, and our charge-outs methodology just has not kept pace. So that's why this funding imbalance has grown over the last few years. And as City Manager mentioned, we discussed this at our mid-year report and proposed the transfer at that time, but we deferred it. And so without the $6 million transfer that we're proposing, the fund balance in the Insurance Reserve Fund is estimated to be the circled number, about 1.3 million at the end of the fiscal year. So that is considered to be fairly low for our Insurance Reserve Fund. And also, I wanted to point out something that was mentioned in the staff report for tonight, which is that our Insurance Reserve Fund expenditures as of the end of April have already reached the budget, which means we have the months of May and June to post. And so again, as with the last few years, we'll be having to come to you with a year-end budget appropriation for what we overspend in the Insurance Reserve Fund. So that is just another reason why this funding transfer in our opinion, is needed.
Yeah, and I appreciate and I agree that it's needed. Looking at the fund balance, as you can see in previous years, we had really good fund balance. But then the expenditures started growing in 25, 26 and in current terms. But I guess why the $6 million all at once? Because of the state we're in with our reserves, losing economic uncertainty reserves. Why would we do that when we know that workers' comp and liability and claims take a long period of time to develop? So I guess my question is, why all at once? And not come back as like in mid-year or quarterly and give us an update? Like I really do need, why not do 2/3 and 1/3, like put $4 million in and have $5.5 million working capital and fund balance?
I think that's a policy decision to be discussed. Our preference was to try to do kind of a one and done, fund what we think is necessary for the next year, see if any of the cases resolve and what we recover, rather than coming every few months saying we need more money in the insurance fund, because that's, I think, a little harder to predict and project rather than doing it at one time. But the approval of the transfer would be a policy decision by City Council.
Okay, great. Last question on this item. Was there any thought given to a charge out to the departments versus a one-time transfer? Because a one-time transfer is just, and it's a transfer, it's an infusion of money into the account. Whereas charge outs, you can kind of see the using departments. So I feel it's more transparent instead of just here's a $6 million.
So the increase to the charge outs of $1.8 million that's built into the budget is based on the methodology we've been using, where we're looking at all the claims activity and increasing the charge outs to the departments. As you mentioned, we allocated out to the departments based on the claims activity assigned to each department. The problem is that the charge-outs have not kept pace with the claims activity over the last few years. So at some point, it's difficult to then assign it to the departments, and because the $6 million is really kind of recovering for funds from the last few years as well.
Okay. So looking at this again, staff proactively cut 1%, correct, from the budget?
From the general fund budget,
From the general fund
yes.
budget, 1%, so it's about $1.1 million. And then you looked at, further on in this presentation, you looked at potentially cutting more because council directed to cut a little bit more.
Yes, I have many more slides if you'd like me to.
No, I know, it's
jump
just,
to those.
I don't know if all the questions, I'm trying to ask the questions to the slides previous to where we're pausing. So I can stop my questions and then come back to this if that's helpful, and let Libby finish her presentation, because I do have several questions.
Okay, yeah, so let's let Libby, I just have a question.
Sure.
For you, if I may. Okay, so going back to short-term rental revenue, I've got my hand on a lot of different pages here. So how do we know? I mean, how do we verify that there are short-term rentals happening with a particular home?
I'll take that question, Mayor Franklin.
Hmm?
I'll take that question.
Oh, okay, sure.
We contract with a company called Incurred that their sole purpose is to go out there and find short-term rentals that are listed that are not also permitted by the city. And so they are constantly searching for, on all the different websites, on the internet in general, for listings. And then they come back to us with a list. We compare that to our list of permitted rentals and then go after the ones who are not permitted.
Okay, and that's an ongoing, so you know exactly how many
That's correct, it's
rentals
ongoing.
they've had, like 3 last month or something like that?
Yeah, I believe we have 3 right now, last I checked with our building official, that are not permitted, and we are going after those.
Okay. But when we talked about the service that, like Airbnb and VRBO, they will actually collect, right? They'll collect the TOT. and
If
they'll
we had
remit
an
it?
automatic collection agreement set up. One other thing to note too is that we would have to set up those agreements with each individual company. But my understanding is there's a lot of sites out there with various names that show potential rentals. So even if we had an agreement with Airbnb, the big ones, we would still have to try to collect taxes from any other site that operators are using.
Okay, but this service, excuse me again, the name.
Deckard?
Deckard.
Okay. So how about all those others? How about, if it's not short-term, if it's not short-term rental or Airbnb or VRBO, I mean, we saw that there's some management companies.
They're not
that
just
do-
searching Airbnb and VRBO. It's every site on the internet, and they have to sift through which ones are rentals listed for less than 30 days and which ones are rentals listed for more than 30 days, and then they focus on the ones that are less than 30 days. So
Okay.
they're not just limiting the search to Airbnb and VRBO.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I have a question about, so on slide 12, there's, right at the top, under community development, consultant services for affordable housing monitoring program. I thought, am I confused? Didn't the COG offer that in the, in that trust agreement?
Yes,
that
let me
one of
see
the
if
main
the
services
Director
there?
of Community Development wants to take this one. It's a little complicated.
Hello, Mayor Franklin.
Yes.
No, good question. I mean, it came up in the discussion when we were talking about should we join the Regional Housing Trust.
Yeah.
From staff standpoint, we were asking that this type of service be included in what the Regional Housing Trust does.
Mm-hmm.
Their comments at this hearing were, we would have staff available that could provide portions of this service, but no commitment was made that they would provide the service. So the suggestion is that we continue to push on the COG to do this, but if the COG doesn't do it, we're going to be stuck with doing it.
We're going to be.
We as a city will be responsible for
Okay,
this
but I
task.
thought that was the primary reason we joined the Regional Housing Trust. I mean, shouldn't we, if they're not going to provide it, or,
I think that was the point of the staff reports, was like, they should be providing a service like this to make it a reason why we would join.
And this is a safeguard, so you can look at this as a safeguard. If they aren't able to provide that in time, and they don't have things set up, we're still going to need those services. So we have to have a way to pay
Right.
for them.
okay. Thank you. No further questions? Hold on just a second. I see no more. So at this point, we just continue the presentation?
Sounds great. All right, so the next section of slides will go through the additional cost containment measures, some revenue enhancements we've looked at, as well as some modifications to the budget that staff identified. Every year we have some cleanup items that we need to bring. And then also wanted to remind everyone that the Community Emergency Response Team submitted a funding request for about $10,000, and many of them showed up to our initial proposed budget presentation, but we just wanted to make sure that that is also addressed tonight. So we can move through these fairly quickly. The next 4 slides are a follow-up to a council member's request for a breakdown on the materials and services category, which is very broad. Some major increases include contract services for plan checks, engineering, project management, and labor investigations. We also have an additional about $170,000 included in the budget for the November election. This slide includes some various materials supplies and services that are included in the budget, and you can see we've highlighted the significant cost increases there. bank service charges here, we've continued to right-size this expenditure budget. As you know, we've moved more and more services online, and currently the city is absorbing those credit card fees, which I'll talk about in a minute under revenue enhancements. Lastly, I wanted to note on utilities, there's some good news that the higher increases for electricity costs did not materialize, so we were able to reduce that budget by almost $200,000. At the previous meeting, council also asked us to look at researching potentially refinancing any of our existing debt obligations, and we did do that research with our municipal advisors, and at the time, or currently, based on existing current market rates and our existing interest rates that were included in our existing debt obligations, it doesn't make sense to refinance at this time because our rates are so low on our existing obligations. Okay, now we're to the point of talking about the additional $1 million in expenditure reductions that staff was able to identify after our previous budget discussion. The request by the council member was to not just identify potentially $1 million in cuts, but to also assign an impact level to the category and to how it might impact our services. So staff decided to identify them as low, medium, or high impact, with low being little to no impact to the community or operations. Medium might have some impact on our internal city operations or staff, but minor to no impact to services in the community. And then the high impact items, we do feel would have a noticeable impact in our services to the community. And so at this time, we're not recommending moving those forward, but they are options for council to consider. So if we approved the low and medium reductions, the general fund expenditures would be reduced by about $773,000. And for the high level impacts, we can talk through what some of those are and what the impacts might be. The largest item would be in the fire department. That $200,000 is attributed to some extrication tools that were included in the budget. Currently, the department relies on external agencies if those tools are needed in the event of a car accident. So this would be purchasing the tools for ourselves, but it was put on the list as potentially we could defer or not purchase those in the next year. The other large item in the police department includes staffing costs and CSC resources dedicated to the 6-man volleyball tournament. So it would be reducing some public safety resources dedicated to that. Public Works, the $57,000, that's almost all landscape services in our parks, deferring some city refuse and recycling container replacements as well. In the finance department, our $4,000 there is the city's longstanding business awards program, the plaques and certificates that we pay for every year, because we are talking to this Chamber of Commerce. Maybe there's potential there to have them lead that program instead of the city bearing those costs. In the community development department, there's overtime for building division positions, such as building inspectors, plan check engineer, plans examiner, and permit technicians, which could delay completing projects. Also reducing some overtime in the code enforcement division, which would eliminate proactive construction monitoring on 3 holidays. Also included in the high impact column would be eliminating or deferring the volunteer dinner, the community police academy program, and reducing the public education materials and giveaways for our environmental program. So that's the majority of what those high level impact costs would be that we said that we could put them up to reduce from the budget, but at this time we're not necessarily recommending that unless directed by council. And I pretty much talked through all of them. The next few slides do give a little more detail on what the low and medium and high impact cuts would be. I do want to note on the low impact list here, the $80,000 in service agency contributions is the $80,000 directed to the Roundhouse Aquarium that was discussed at previous council meetings. Then we had a discussion on whether it should be in the general fund budget or the peer fund, and we reviewed our agreement with the state on the peer fund and whether we could appropriately put those costs in the peer fund. But in the height of organizing the budget, we included it in the general fund, but I think our intention was to move it to the peer fund as directed by council. So that's what that $80,000 reduction in the general fund is, because we'll be moving it to the peer fund. So that's what I wanted to highlight there. The medium impact reductions span about $500,000 across all departments, and we can go into detail there if you'd like, or we could keep moving along. I've already discussed most of the high impact cuts. So this is the recap slide, and again, if you approve of staff's recommendation to reduce the budget by the low and medium impact, that would reduce the overall budget by about $773,000. So council also directed us to bring back some revenue enhancement options. I do want to note that many of these are something we've already been working on, because it is also a city council work plan item to look at revenue enhancements. So I can kind of just skip over a lot of these if you'd like. I don't know if we need to discuss, but we just wanted to put them out on the table. If there are items you'd like us to address, we can certainly continue to research these in the coming months.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, yes.
Before we dive in, you'd like to take a quick break?
Well, we're going to take a break,
Okay.
yeah.
Please.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll just give you everything you
I
want.
could have kept talking, but okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's, so let's return back at 8:15.
Pegasus, we're ready to go live.
Oh, okay, welcome back. And proceed.
Okay, thank you. So we're picking back up on our budget presentation and some follow-up items. The staff did look at some various revenue options. Oh, there we go. And I wanted to note that revenue enhancements is one of our city council work plan items. So some of these have been already in progress and we're working through various stages, which is the case for the first three, credit card pass-through fees, parking meter citation fines, and business license tax. So we're currently working on bringing those back, as well as the last item on the list, parking meter rates at the bottom. The taxes listed on items 4 through 6 would take more thoughtful consideration and discussion. And lastly, I wanted to point out that number 9, reevaluating the special event fee waivers, is already planned to come back to City Council in the near future as well. So we can, speed through or spend as much time on any of these as you'd like. So I'll just kind of move quickly, but feel free to stop me if you'd like to ask questions. The first item was the credit card pass-through fees. As I mentioned, this is a growing cost to the city that we've been absorbing for many years. Other agencies pass on credit card convenience fees to consumers. It's something we've been looking at and plan to bring back to City Council for consideration, which is estimated to bring in revenues of about $350,000 to offset our current costs.
Mr. Mayor, I have just a question on that very quickly.
Yes.
So is staff already planning to bring this item back to a
Yes, we
future
are.
council meeting? Thank you.
Yes, we are. Thank you. Oops. The second item, parking citation fines. Every year we have been just updating our survey of other cities. So our currently parking citation fine is $59. Potentially increasing it by another $6 could bring the city $300,000 to offset costs. The next slide does have a recent survey showing that our current rate at $59 is kind of middle of the pack here. Other cities go as high as $78, $79, but it would be an option to consider. The next item, the business license tax measure. Of course, we spent a lot of time on this recently, so I just am happy to report that we're nearly complete with drafting the ballot measure language to be prepared for polling to start in the next few weeks. So we are on track with this one coming back to council in July with those polling results. The next item is we do have the capacity for another 0.5% sales tax measure should we so choose. Of course, today is election day, and the county's Measure ER is on the ballot in the hands of our voters today. I guess polls are closed at this time. Even if it passes, the governor did sign AB 1768 yesterday, which means that Measure ER would be exempt from the sales tax cap of 2%, which means that the city would maintain our additional capacity for this additional 0.5%, even if the county measure passes today. But our Measure MMB is bringing in the city about $6.6 million. So if we went for another 0.5 cent, we could potentially reach that amount as well. Another option was a variable short-term transient occupancy tax. In a previous discussion, a council member asked about could we have a variable rate for hotels versus short-term rentals. And so we did look at that and confirmed that it is possible. It would have to be approved by voters, of course. Adjusting our TOT rate for short-term rentals only by 2%, we used as an estimate, would bring the city an estimated $225,000 based on our current information. And here's a survey of other cities, and you can see the couple highlighted there, Santa Monica and Huntington Beach, currently do have a different rate for short-term rentals versus hotels. So that could be an option. And then we wanted to point out, too, on the ballot for the city of Los Angeles is proposing Measure TT. which would temporarily increase their TOT through December of 2028 to capture the Olympics travelers, but then their rate is adjusted back down. So could be something to look at in the next few years before the Olympics. A utility users tax has never been implemented in the city, but it is an option. UUT is a local voter-approved tax levied by approximately 158 cities in California for services like electricity, gas, water, and telecommunications. On the next slide shows some of our neighboring agencies and the amounts they charge. I did want to note this has been an interesting one to watch because recently Disney sued the city of Santa Barbara for charging their UUT on streaming services, and Disney took the city to court and lost, actually. So we could see some changes in this space since the city won that case, and if cities do start charging streaming services for the tax, that could be a considerable amount of money to be considered. And it's something that cities are looking at because cable franchise fees and PEG fees have decreased over time. We've also discussed potentially doing a short-term lease for the 400 Manhattan Beach Boulevard property. We've been approached by many entities interested in asking questions. However, at this point, with the recent design charrettes happening over the weekend, we think we'll wait until those design charrettes results come back to City Council and we get the next set of direction, I believe in August. And then if we think it might be an option to do a short-term lease without jeopardizing our tax-exempt financing, that is something that we could consider. We were also asked to look at a potential bond measure to support capital infrastructure similar to what school districts do. However, in talking with our municipal advisors, it was not recommended. Just due to a couple reasons. With our AAA credit rating, we are getting the best interest rates possible, but without the risk of potentially losing the election and then having to come up with an option B. So those were the main reasons they did not necessarily recommend this option. I mentioned earlier that the Parks and Recreation Department is already planning on bringing back the special event fee waiver policy. We have estimated that currently with the fee waivers in place, we are subsidizing about $600,000 for these various special events put on in the city for all of the staffing costs supporting these events. So this will be brought back at a future date as well. We've also discussed from time to time a potential street lighting and landscape fund Prop 218 ballot measure, or excuse me, a protest ballot. This would require an engineer's report and then conducting a public hearing and a special mail-in ballot. Our goal would be to eliminate the annual transfer subsidy from the general fund, which has been about $300,000. And I believe since the beginning of when we had to start doing this in the late 2000s, we've transferred over $3.8 million from the general fund to the street lighting fund. So although it's only a few $100,000 every year, that has added up over time. As I mentioned, we are already planning on bringing back potential parking meter rates with the other parking strategies already being researched. So this will be coming back to you soon as well, after going to the PPI first in June or July. We've already discussed the grant, but we wanted to note, I mentioned earlier that currently the staffing costs are not included, or most of the staffing overtime is not included in the budget due to so many variables and unknowns. So if a budget adjustment is needed at a later date, we will bring that to you with an update on the grant revenue we expect to recover. So this slide is just a recap of all those potential revenue enhancements. And if you'd like, we could pause here to go through any questions on the cost containment slides or these potential revenue enhancements, or I could keep going and finish up about the last 10 slides.
I have a quick question, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Sherrillian.
Thank you, Mayor. So Libby, I know you mentioned this already. I just want to confirm what I heard. So the credit card pass-through fee, the parking meter citation, all these things, you're analyzing those to bring back to city council to make a decision, or are you expecting some type of decision or tonight?
No, so for items 1, 2, 3, those are in progress, and we'll bring those back to you for, with full details and a decision. As well as the special event fee waivers are coming back to you, and the parking meter rates are coming back. So,
So for the other items, the big ticket items, the UUT, utility users tax, and the sales tax, all those
yes,
things.
the tax measures of the sales tax, the TOT, the utility users tax, and even the street lighting assessments, those are bigger projects that we would like some direction if you would like us to proceed with further research.
Perfect. And these potential amounts are annual amounts.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, Libby, I have a question on the UUT. Maybe it's because I haven't seen it on my bills. What is the justification by a city of taxing the utilities, or which utilities? What's considered a utility?
Yeah, let me get back to my notes there. So, I mean, since we haven't had it in the city, we're obviously not experts in utility users taxes either, I'll be honest with that. But I believe the justification or philosophy behind them is that those are services and kind of like business being conducted in the city that would go to support other city services. But that's, I guess those are questions that we would love to receive. If you'd like us to do more research, then we can certainly bring that back to you either in a memo format or in a future agenda item.
Okay, yeah, because it's quite significant. So is it, I realize what you said, we haven't had experience, but is it us taxing the utility, and then they pass it on to the consumer?
So it would, let me get back to that slide. Just to kind of show the other cities, you could see some of them charge the same rate, others it's a variable rate, but it would be a percentage added on to your bill, say to the electricity company. It would be added to your electric bill, and then they would pass it on to us.
Okay, even prepaid.
Is my
wireless.
understanding.
Wow, okay. Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up on that, Mayor?
Yes.
So can you explain briefly what the PEG fees are? And moreover, if there's direction from council to study this further, it might be helpful to bring back a full staff report on what the PEG fees are, what revenue they traditionally generated when more of us had cable services instead, and then maybe what's being explored by other cities with regard to the UUT.
Sure, happy to provide as much.
Sort of an intro to that.
Yeah, an introductory overview of what I know as of right now. So for franchise fees and the PEG fees were meant to, or they are through cable companies that are obviously, those services have been reduced over time. So the city is receiving less and less PEG fees. Those are only to be used for certain equipment costs related to technology with respect to broadcast services. So in the last year or two, we did a lot of upgrades to this very room, and that was largely paid for by PEG fees. But knowing that these revenues are reducing over time, since a lot of people are eliminating their cable services, going to the internet and streaming services, you know, we just won't be receiving those funds much in the future. I'm not sure if Miguel is still in line or has anything he'd like to add, but.
If I might suggest, maybe
yes,
this is something that can
we
come
could come
back, is
back
all
with.
I'm suggesting, and putting the two together is what I was suggesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I can just follow up, just one tad on this, Mayor.
Councilmember Sherrillian?
This is this could potentially be a substantial dollar amount. I think we looked at this. There was a survey done about 7 years ago, and it was each 1% was around $1.1 million.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's okay, great, thank you.
Any further questions on these or the cost containment slides, or we can finish up? So this slide includes a few other modifications to the budget. Wrong. So every year, between adopting or presenting the proposed budget and bringing it forward for adoption, there's usually some cleanup items. And these are the items noted tonight include the Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT, funding request of $10,200. We wanted to make sure that gets addressed. The list of modifications includes a slight adjustment to the street lighting and landscape fund, since we now have the engineer's report back. We also had a very small increase to gas tax revenues based on the state's revised budget numbers released in May. I noted the correction to move the roundhouse contribution from the general fund to the state pier fund. And then the last, number 5, is the cost containment measures that we're recommending the low and medium impact only at this time. And the CIP changes based on City Council direction, which will be maybe recapped after this item since we switched the order. But we did build in those CIP changes into the proposed budget, or excuse me, the list of modifications to the proposed budget. And so the budget resolution that gets adopted to this item allows for adoption of the proposed budget as amended with Exhibit A. And so the next 2 slides detail each of these potential changes that could be, again, adopted as a modification to the proposed budget. And I'll pause here. The numbers 8 and 9, the $4.7 million, that would be de-obligating certain CIP projects that were funded, including city facility renovations, the project of 400 Manhattan Beach Boulevard, Bag Pool facility upgrades, and the Sand Dune Park Improvement Project, and then reallocating those funds to the Senior and Scout House project. So that will be included in the CIP presentation, but if we're moving forward with those, then we would be prepared to adopt those changes with the budget as well. And then the last few items are related to the CIP, again, moving the roundhouse, and then reallocating some of the upper pier parking lots project funds around as well. So we've included those on our list as potential modifications to the proposed budget. And if we move forward with all of those, then the first column, or excuse me, the middle column, the original proposed budget showing that deficit number of 9.5 million would then be reduced to 8.8 million. Also, those modifications would then, this is just kind of a recap slide of how the original expenditures and revenues would change with the proposed changes for the general fund and then the citywide budget as well. And then the second chart there towards the bottom is the projected general fund reserve ending balances in fiscal year 27. Again, if we adopt the budget with these modifications and these additional cost containment measures, our ending fund balance would be projected at 25.6 million instead of the 23 million is included in the proposed budget. And again, just as a reminder, we do also have those Section 115 trust fund dollars sitting aside for future pension costs at estimated $6.5 million. And then with that, it brings us to our recommendation with the list of what we would be seeking direction from City Council on tonight, which would be opening the public hearing, incorporating any cost containment measures, moving forward with any revenue enhancements you'd like us to bring back, in addition to the ones I've already noted, confirming the modifications that we're proposing to the fiscal year 27 budget, adopting resolution number 2649, which would adopt the budget as proposed and amended, and then adopting resolution number 2650, establishing the Gann appropriations limit for fiscal year 27. We have noted here on the slide, and it's identified and further explained in the staff report, that we do have a remaining appropriations capacity of about $28.5 million, or about 25%. And that is the end of my presentation. So, happy to answer further questions.
Okay.
I meant to, that's.
Councilmember Howorth.
Yeah, so, wait, did we have to, no, these are questions still. Okay, I'll wait for comments.
Okay.
So sorry,
Anybody else for questions?
I've been asking a lot, so.
Yeah. Councilmember Sherillian.
Thank you. So Libby, we cut, staff proposed, already cut 1.1% out of the general fund expenditures, correct?
Yes.
And then the second is about almost 1% of the low and medium priority. So one of the things I was taking a look at is the general fund expenditures. This is on a slide that was provided on May 5th.
Can I ask, are you looking at the slide
I'm
of general
looking-
fund expenditures by department or category?
General fund expenditures by category.
By category, okay.
And then, I'll keep talking if you don't have the slide, but it has $23.7 million in material and services, approximately. So that's what the slide says on the pie chart. So 1% of that materials and services cost would be about $2.3 million. Now, $23 million is a lot, is a big pot of money. Is there an opportunity, and I saw the items that you put to potentially cut that were in the high category, but how can we get more savings from expenditures if our materials and services category is almost 20% of our general fund expenditures at $23.7 million? We've identified some, and you've made, staff has looked at them and made decisions on these are ones that could be cut. But what else are we missing as part of this $23.7 million that you could kind of advise or tell council that these are the other items that you could potentially cut that won't impact core services, obviously?
Okay, if I could ask Patty to maybe switch back to the other PowerPoint slide and jump to slide 19, please.
Wasn't that what was presented as far as low impact and?
That was what was,
If I could, I was going to refer back to slides 19 through 22 of the June 2nd PowerPoint slides, because I believe you did ask a similar question at one of the previous meetings, and that's why we itemized on these slides what each, the account or object code, each account or object of contract services. So overall in the general fund across all departments, our contract services total $10.7 million. The change from the prior year budget is about $1.2 million, which is considerable. If you excuse me, I'm jumping to my notes here. So I can go through what some of those are if you'd like, what some of the big increases, but especially with respect to contract services, those are contract obligations.
No, I understand, but
so cutting them would take a little more time and consideration to look at what contract obligations we could reduce.
And then I guess I was looking at the entire category of materials and services.
So that's these next few slides. So it includes audit services, software purchases and subscriptions. That right there is $1 million. The elections I mentioned, the RCC, the South Bay Regional Communications. We pay them $2.3 million per year. I don't think reducing that any would. We can't unless considerable changes are made there. Legal services is $1.8 million. Auto repair services that we contract out is about $140,000. And we can, keep looking at the next slide. So, with respect to departmental supplies, we have training and conferences and meetings. advertisements, uniforms and safety equipment. So it is a very broad category, materials and services. But these are line items, or not just accounts, but line items that, as you know, in our budget process, every year, we start off by reviewing our line items in each department. And the departments review them, determine what's needed and what's not. Then we do a round of meetings with the finance department, where finance looks at the trends and asks, do you need this? Why are you going up or down in this? Then we do a round of meetings with the city manager, who questions each of the line items and accounts and trends. And then on top of that, we did this further cost containment budget reduction exercise, where we were able to cut 1.1 million, where we really said, okay, let's really reduce something proactively. And then we did it another round after being asked by city council. So that's no less than 5 times where staff has already sat down and looked at every line item and said, what can we not do without and still maintain the service levels that we're expected to maintain? So we've reached the point where reducing the budget anymore will have noticeable impacts, which we can come back and discuss, so that way we can hopefully reset expectations if we're asked to reduce certain items. But those would be the discussions we would need to be having next if you're looking for further cost reductions.
I guess my biggest overall concern is it's on slide 25 of the May 5th PowerPoint presentation, which is the 5-year forecast. And, particularly, dipping into economic uncertainty and.
Oh, actually, I actually have, if I could show the 5-year forecast with the proposed modifications, I have
That'd be
that
great.
in tonight's presentation as a pocket slide that wasn't in the currently published slides, but we will add it after. It's the very, Patty's a rock star. Okay, thank you. So
Great, thank
with
you.
the May 5th meeting, we did present this slide as showing the proposed budget numbers. So this slide is modified that if we did move forward with the low and medium impact cost reductions, the total reserves for the general fund, or the general fund balance in fiscal year 27 would be about the 25 million number, and this is what the 5-year forecast looks like, assuming no major further cost reductions or revenue enhancements are made. Correct. So thank you for that. A reminder that every year we conservatively estimate our revenues and also conservatively estimate our expenditures as well. Of course, these are just estimates based on the best of our ability at a point in time when we're preparing the budget. So that it's always subject to change. For several years, we've shown a reduction in fund balance in future years, or that the fund balance is showing as trending down. So it's something we're always looking at, and the reason we do forecasts is so that we can see those trends and then take measures to change the trajectory however we can.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. It's just, looking at this, with this trajectory and just not having that economic uncertainty buffer, which we placed in 20 years ago, and we've only used it one time, and a previous council approved a temporary home loan for an assistant city manager at the time. And then just to see it wiped out because due to an anomaly in the insurance fund, which I understand, but I just don't feel comfortable not having that $4 million buffer. Maybe the undesignated, maybe you put that in the economic uncertainty, would not show the unreserved, but have the economic uncertainty fund. We're using the economic uncertainty fund to transfer into the insurance due to a need, but something that might not need the entire $6 million immediately, or a part of it you will need it, but potentially not all of it because it's the long game with insurance. So my concern is I've I've done this a long time, and I've never seen it like this, but I understand where it's going. So I'm really looking for some, strategic ways that we can cut cost and figure that out, and whether that's, a strategic hiring freeze of, 5 positions or something very, very light. But this does not, because if we don't fix it now, it's going to propagate out to the future years. It just will. Because the one-time revenue is coming in, I just don't see it fixing that. So, but I guess my question to you is, what else can we do outside of contract services to generate more cost cutting?
Well, there has been discussed looking at our list of authorized positions. Human Resources Director Jenkins presented the vacancy report at the last meeting, or 2 meetings ago, where she identified the current open positions, and several of those are police officers or engineers that are in various stages of recruitment and that are determined to be critical positions that we're constantly trying to fill. So we would need a little bit more time to really go back and relook at that. So I guess, the major parts of the budget are salaries and benefits, the materials and services, the internal service funds, which is what's really been hurting us the last few years, and what will continue to hurt with the fleet fund replacements coming up that are needed. And then we have our debt service as well. So there are...
Yeah, I appreciate the answer. But I'm not, just for clarity, I'm not advocating for any public safety positions that are open to be frozen. I think we have about 29 positions that are open. Like, strategically looking at that, I think we owe it to the residents. It's our fiscal stewardship. But that's all I have.
Okay, Councilmember Howorth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask something else, but on the vacancy rate, you were just talking about like 29 open positions. I mean, that's something that it's a little bit of a way. I mean, we can slow down certain position hirings, but that's often the case, right? I mean, do we know, you don't know off the top of your head, like how many vacant positions we've had in years past. Sorry, that's me thinking out loud and not being quite articulate. But
I would like to add, though, anytime a position becomes vacant, staff is looking at that and asking those questions. Is this the right position for our current needs? What is needed for our current operations, future operations? So that's part of that process of a position becoming open and seeing if it still makes sense.
Right. And then the slide that you showed, and you don't have to, that one, the estimated general fund balance, that's also not taking into consideration the revenue enhancements, not one-time revenue enhancements, but the ongoing if we should move in those directions.
Correct. This does not include anything for the potential business license measure, any of the items listed in the potential revenue enhancements.
Okay, and I guess I'll have comments later. So thank you. We're not in comments yet. We're still, okay.
Yep. Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again for making these concepts like digestible for someone who isn't, as seasoned in finance as my colleague. And so, my questions I hope aren't too rudimentary, and I just want to make sure that I understand the concept. So, we're talking about how things are being shown, and that we're moving to a kind of more transparent snapshot of where the funds or where the expenditures are shown. And, I'm hearing my council colleague say, like, can we incrementally transfer things out so that it doesn't show such a huge deficit? But is that something then we're just deferring how that's shown, and that in a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, we'll be in the same situation and maybe potentially worse if we're not anticipating the growth of those deficits? I mean, is that one way that am I looking at that correctly?
Yes, I would agree with what you said, with one potential change that I don't even know if it's 1 year from now. I would be worried that potentially at our quarterly or mid-year report, we would have to come back and request additional funds if we're not transferring very much.
Yeah, which is what we did when we deferred that 1.7 million, because that
At
could have
our
been.
last mid-year report,
That
correct.
could have been, we could have done that and it would have shown, I mean.
It would have made the proposed budget for next year look better, yes.
Look a little bit better, the forecast better. Okay, so just conceptually, I wanted to understand
Sorry.
how that, what's really in play here. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, no further questions, so we'll open it up for public comments.
Stefan Kumpa here once again. First of all, I've got to give a lot of compliments to Libby and her team. I don't know how she sleeps at night with all those details in her head and everything going around and trying to anticipate what questions you guys are going to ask, not only me. As I was listening to this, I was trying to think of an analogy. This is kind of like going to a wealth advisor. I think maybe if I went and this was a meeting, we say, well, Stefan, last time we met, we reviewed your budget and your expenses. And I told you that, if you keep on spending like this, you're going to just consume all your wealth and you're not going to have anything left over and you're going to have a big issue in 5 to 10 years and you might have to sell your house, you might have to do a bunch of things. It's nice that you came back with a 1% decrease in your expenses, but you need to come back with 3 to 5% decrease in your expenses. So we've talked about 1%, but I have not seen a discussion on where the big 3 to 5% reduction is. So we're not going to get that today. My suggestion is that we try to, maybe it's a future agenda item, that we say, what is a work plan item? Where can we find that 3 to 5%? What are the creative ideas on that? On the revenue side, I think those are good things. But as a resident, until I see something happening on trying to reduce our expenses, being asked to pay more in a UUT or another 0.5%, that is a money grab. And that's not going to feel good. So I encourage us to look at the expense side very seriously. On the revenue side, I think it's worthy looking at those things, but we have to make sure we're balanced on that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers? No?
Good evening, Mayor and Chamber. I'm like, oh, good grief. Sorry, Jill Lampkin, Chamber of Commerce. I actually just wanted to echo what Stefan said. As I'm sitting here listening, I'm like, okay, how are we going to generate the revenue? How are we going to generate the revenue? But I'm not hearing anything on cost reduction. And I would like to really see some deep cost reduction and some options. And maybe there's some sort of, forum where people can ask questions about, the expenses and what we could do and those sorts of things. But I'd really like to not see it be all one way in terms of asking us for revenue versus asking the city for some cost reductions. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers? Seeing none, how about Zoom?
No requests on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll close public comments. Fellow council members? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Howorth.
I never want to just start talking, but I have been pressing my buttons. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So and just some general comments, no answers yet. This is reminding me of the first year I was on the school board, which was back in 2003. And we had a $45 million budget, and we had to cut 10% of that. And I'm going back to that because I remember that we had an ethos on the board that we had to show conservative, budgeting and conservative spending in order to get the community to trust us to then support, whether it was the parcel tax or the Ed Foundation. And so, we had to, my kid's first grade teacher got a pink slip, the whole thing. So I have had to do this really tough kind of budget process. I say that because invariably, what the residents also want, though, I mean, they don't want a money grab. I agree with that. But, we have a much higher touch community than we did even back in 2003. And by high touch, I think we know what that means, services, right? And we also know that, Mr. Taylor got up to comment about some of the employee positions and some of the salaries. And, they are usually our public safety employees, and I think you deserve every penny and more. That's a expensive position, and that's what people want, because we want a very short response time. We also want our potholes, filled right away. We want code enforcement there right away. We want so much. So I appreciate cost. I think that I'm also comfortable that there's a lot of conservative assumptions in this budget, right? Our staff has been very conservative on what the revenue is really going to be this year, which is smart. There's a lot of unknowns in the world. But as Henry Mintzner used to say, when it's bad out there, it's good in here. I'm holding on to that, Henry. So I'm making some general comments, which may sound like they conflict each other, but two conflicting things can be true. This may, be great to be able to reduce expenses, but let's approach it with, what staff did is try to say, listen, here's some ways to cut costs. They gave us low, medium, and high impact. And I hear some, folks here tonight saying, well, do more, but we haven't even decided to do some of those, right? And there's one other point I want to make. Service levels, I believe there's conservative budgeting. Oh, I want to echo what Stefan said. Director Bredhauer, I think this process, there's been so much iteration. There's been, we have a especially skilled finance person on the council, and you're responding to all those questions so thoroughly and presenting this in a way that is so digestible. And I hope you can sleep after tonight for a little bit. So to kick it off, I think that I'm eager to hear from my colleagues if there's something really that they think that we shouldn't fund, that we shouldn't do. But I don't want us to get bogged down in how the budget, how we account, the accounting portion of this, right? How it's presented, how we're planning. The real money, the real actuals are different than what this document is. And I appreciate the discussion about transfers and whether they're expressed in the insurance fund or in the general fund. But if we get bogged down in that, we won't make the decisions that actually affect our residents and our taxpayers. So I hope we will stick to that. And that's my opening babble.
Okay. Next. Well, I'll go ahead. All right, staff, thank you so much. I think we've learned about your diligence in really looking through everything. I forget exactly what it was, the area where you just said, okay, let's look at this, let's look at it again, and let's go back and look at it again. Those are things that we all do in our lives. The challenges facing a city and its expenditures are the same that we face in our household. Costs go up. Okay, now when you're in a position or you sit around with your family and say, well, we can somehow bring in more money. Well, short of sending the kids out there to all get paper routes and the like, it's going to be difficult to do. I'm on fixed income. I'm on Social Security. The gap, and this is what concerns me, the gap between when the money that we get because of inflation is a huge gap between getting that money and actually going out and being able to spend it. Prices are rising, but I can't adjust my income as it's happening. So there's that gap. And that's where, the hypothetical that, Mr. Compa was talking about is, your expenses are going up. You're going to go ahead and, you're going to run out of the money. So that challenge is no different than this for the city, because there's contracts that need to be negotiated. There's employment agreements that get worked on and agreed to. So the ways of getting more revenue, I want to take a good long look at those and, look at them not just practically, but, politically, because, like for example, I'll give you a definite no for me, is the sales tax. We already did it, okay? And it's been a godsend to get that $6.5 million. And we're not ready to go, I feel like we're not ready to go back to our residents and even visitors and say, hey, let's do another, 0.5%. Because it's what, 60% or, of that increase was borne by visitors. Same thing with, when you increase meters and you increase the parking tickets. Now, it looks like there's some room when we should come up with an acronym of all those cities that we that we compare ourselves to, Santa Monica, Redondo, Hermosa, Beverly Hills, that kind of thing. So I'm anxious to hear what everybody else has to say and to see what we can do to address these challenges in the near future. And we have Councilmember Lesser.
So for my opening comments, I would say I want to be careful that we don't lose our heads here. We have as a starting point, at the recommendation of our auditors, funds transfers of $11 million off the top. It's part of an effort, as has been mentioned a number of times this evening, part of an effort to being greater transparent, to have greater transparency in our budget process. I still raise the question, because I'm not an accounting major, how it transfers an expense, but it is. That is what our auditors have requested that we do, so that is what staff has started to work with, and that is why some have represented that we start with a budget deficit. But I very much appreciated the slide earlier on in this presentation that showed the equivalent of the fund balance in fact, looking at how our budget, if we were to use apples to apples and comparatively look at the same sort of elements, where our budget would be. I appreciate staff first coming off with $1 million in reductions and then coming back with the low and mid-level expenditure reductions of basically $1.75 million. I think that's heading in the right direction. I think I do have some practical questions on adding staff, and that's maybe some questions I didn't have a chance to ask our finance director earlier, and that is, to what extent, if we didn't fill staff positions now, I'm not talking about the net neutral, but the addition, the 3 new positions, to what extent there would be costs for contract and outside services that might be higher than bringing those positions in-house. So that's the direction I'm heading now. I'm in favor of going forward with these requests for further study on these revenue enhancement measures, but I appreciate the presentation thus far. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Shirilli.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate this dialogue with everyone, the colleagues. I guess for me, it all starts with the general fund, and structurally, we have a surplus of $1.9 million. Let's say $2 million. Without any of the new model of transfers and transparency, the bottom line is that $2 million is held up with a $6.5 million sales tax measure that's in the general fund. And without it, you'd have $4.5 million. And that's a brand new
revenue stream. So if you didn't have that, you would have a $4.5 million structural deficit. And that is my concerning part of this discussion. Not the accounting, not everything else we're discussing, but how did we go from having a structural balanced budget to a $6.5 million infusion from sales tax to only a $2 million surplus. So that's because costs are going up. We've hired a lot of employees. We've given generous MOUs, which is well-deserved, absolutely. And our staff does an incredible job, community, customer service, all of it. But we're financially stable today, but our 5-year forecast shows expenditures growing faster than revenues. So structurally, we have a deficit if you take out the $6.5 million. So I'm focused on looking at a way of not impacting core services and what do we do to make sure that we have long-term fiscal strength and fiscal stewardship. And I think that's our responsibility. That's my rant.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Thank you. I think I would, echo that, what my council colleague has just said. However, the reality that I'm looking at based on the presentation, first of all, I do want to commend staff for going through, because I know that this, where we are today, didn't just happen, that you really have all sat down, you've sat multiple iterations of trying to figure out where you can cut costs. So I do recognize that there have been tremendous efforts. There's a system in place that the city goes through to get to where we are now. And I'm sure this has been done in the past, it's being done now, and I appreciate the the anticipation that the proactive anticipation that you're all taking to ensure that we don't have these huge blips, right? Because I think that's where part of the issue that I'm seeing is these were kind of unanticipated costs. Our insurance fund, our UAL, we're underfunding those things, and we're not showing them when we should be anticipating them. So then we get in a year where we decide, oh, we really should be accounting for these things. So what I'm seeing from the report is the blip in our expenses, our expenditures is, and correct me if I'm wrong, it is due to those unanticipated expenditures. I like Stefan's, example of kind of what goes on in your household. The one problem that we can't anticipate is lawsuits and liabilities that we don't, that's not something that we can decide, oh, well, that person just sued me, so I'm not going to pay that lawsuit, so that's not something that's optional. So these are the things that come up along the way that will impact all of our budget, whether it's a personal budget where you get sued in your household and you have to deal with it, or it's on the city side, on a larger side, which, as a city, the reality of it is the cities are constantly seeing these types of pressure. And what I appreciate is staff trying to anticipate these things and figure out a way to not ignore these costs and push them down the line and show them later on for somebody else to deal with, but really deal with it now and showing it now. And at the end of the day, we do have to figure out what we can and can't afford. But, I want our public to understand it's not that, the ballooning costs isn't largely due to because we're overhiring, you see the level of service, you see the level of review that staff is going to. The fact that they're willing to sit in a hot room and not pay for the blinds shows you that they're willing to make personal sacrifices. So that's the kind of level that I'm looking at that they're doing. So, that's the top of their list isn't something that will impact our residents, but really also look at what can I make, what sacrifices can I make? And so I appreciate that type of analysis. I know it's a difficult process. It's, and we'll have to find a path forward, but I also understand it's not just because we've been overspending. It's because there's a blip that we haven't been properly anticipating, and that this painful step of figuring out what we're doing now and how to move forward will hopefully help us avoid, this pitfall in the future. And that's my take. Thank you.
Well done.
Talene has a city manager.
Yes.
While we were on that topic, I just wanted to remind the council and the public, I know we've said this before in other budget discussions, but as it relates to the insurance fund issue, we are going to be bringing back a discussion about how to appropriately fund that going into the future, because we are underfunded in that particular fund, even for a regular year. So obviously it compounds as you keep going and forward into the future, and so we want to address that head on and bring back that discussion to the council in the future as to how to fix it going forward.
Could I address one of the questions too, please? First, to your question about revenues and expenditures and how transfers relate to that, you could also think of it as inflows and outflows from the general fund. So any money coming into the general fund would be captured into revenues. Any money going out, we would capture it under expenditures, just as a matter of presentation. So, but they're not technically expenditures, as you noted, even as a non-accountant, so thank you. The other question you had was about the 3 positions, and if those were not approved, there was in particular, or a couple things to point out there. One, the HR position, again, was net neutral, so if we don't approve the full-time position, then we would add back the part-time hours and contract services. The second one was in the sewer fund, the sewer maintenance worker. So if I guess the broader question there, are we only talking about the general fund impacts or citywide positions, then we would need to decide about the sewer position. The last one is the management analyst that, again, would be working on multiple programs in public works. And it is offset by a reduction in part-time hours, but the thing to note there is those part-time hours were all in the general fund. So we reduced the general fund by $60,000 in the public works budget, but due to the reallocating the position out to these other funds, the new full-time position would only be charged to the general fund at $37,000. So if we unwind that, we would actually have an increase to the general fund of $22,000 if the full-time position was not approved. So I don't know if that helps your question, but those are some of the things to weigh in that discussion.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sometimes there's a cost to a cut.
Okay. So, so let's see if we can sort of consider our next step. We got a lot of good and new information today. It's a lot to absorb. I think what I'd like to see is that we continue this discussion to the next council meeting. It's going to be well within the time limit, right, of it needs to be, that'll be June 16th. And just, digest what we've learned today and come up with, I particularly want to look at, those revenue opportunities to see what assess a priority to that. And I just want to see how everybody feels about that at this time. Just a second. Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Thank you. I think that delaying this won't impact what we do on examining the revenue side of things. I think the question is, as presented, were there other areas that you want staff to cut to get to where we are? And I don't know that, for me, there are going to be additional information that's going to help make this less painful. I think, from what's been presented, what I've heard is that staff has gone through it, with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that we've cut costs wherever we can. Now, I think looking forward is something that we can do, but as far as where we are in the budget, I don't know if that would help to delay it. If there's any additional information that we're going to get that's going to make it less painful. So as far as the budget enhancing discussion, I think that's ongoing. And that reminds me about the previous sales tax. And I appreciate, Councilmember Sherillian bringing it up. It was a lifesaver. It really is a lifesaver for our city. And I think part of that anticipation is knowing that we were going. So it's doing what it's supposed to do. So rather than getting into, a further deficit, further debt problem, we're actually trying to figure out, and it's come at a really pivotal time because it will help us kind of realign our finances, the way we're showing it, the way that it's the budget process that we're engaging in now, that we hopefully going forward, we won't have this painful of a session where we really, the numbers don't look so great. So again, for me, I don't know if continuing it will help.
Mayor, may I make a recommendation? We have a list of things we need direction on from the council. So if the council is open to it, Libby can go through that list, and then we could talk about each one of those items and see if there's a way to move forward or not on those, so that we can attack this one item at a time.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, I was going to speak, because I was going to agree with my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay and PTT. In that I don't, I would want to be really prescriptive and specific, which would be going line by line. Like you say, you have things that you need direction on. So I'd be ready to do some of that. And I definitely, to the mayor's point, those revenue enhancements, we're all very interested in those, but I think that those are going to be ongoing, right? And it's not going to be something we can even decide at the next meeting. I do want to question, people are talking about the sales tax revenue, and please correct me if I'm wrong. To me, that we've sort of, it was for facilities, even though it was a general tax, but we've been putting that towards the debt service and things like that, right? So keep in mind, we also bought 400 MBB. And that's something that has added expense to our budget, which is going to be a future revenue generating, piece of property. It's been a financial risk, but I think it's going to pay off. And so we haven't mentioned that either. So I want to really, that's an asset, and that's something though that we spent a lot of money on. And so that, again, that sales tax was for things like that, or things like, helping the CIP and things like that. Even though we could decide we need it in this general fund here or this there. So I wanted to clarify that. I like the city manager's suggestion or the director's suggestion, but I'm one. So there you go.
So, Councilmember Shirley.
Thank you, Mayor. Libby, can you put out slide 8 from tonight's presentation?
Sure. While Patty's doing that, I'll remind members of the public that legally we do have to adopt a budget before being able to conduct business on July 1st and pay any expenditures in the new fiscal year. So we have to adopt something in June.
So I think that I just wanted everyone to, again, see this slide because there was conversations about the transfers out, which are below the structural surplus of $1.9 million. So I guess my question is, year over year, what generated an additional $4 million? You've talked about it, $4.5 million in expenditures that if we didn't have the sales tax, again, I'm looking at the blue 3 lines on the top, we would have a $4.5 million deficit. And that's something, we're very thankful that our residents voted for MMB. And we are using it in the right manner, because we are transferring out to the CIP $5 million after the structural surplus. But I guess my question is, what has caused that $4.5 million? I know salaries, benefits, PERS, I mean, you said all that, but that's a
CalPERS,
lot
UAL.
Right, but if, I mean, if we didn't have that $6.5 million, would we come back, would we come to council with a $4.5 million structural deficit?
No, of course not. It would probably look a lot more like something on the slide 55, and how those 2 previous years where the budget was adopted with a surplus of $475,000 or $500,000. And, you know, what other things come to mind from prior years are some of the budget balancing mechanisms that were done to make a balanced budget, including things like reducing charge-outs for internal service funds to the fleet fund or insurance fund. Those were some of the tools that staff would use to try to keep costs down and balance the budget. So I'd have to look at exactly what fiscal year it was, but it was sometime in the couple years after the pandemic where we completely eliminated charge-outs to the fleet fund because there was a fund balance in that fund. And so that was, you know, positive to the general fund of over $2 million that year. But then the following year, we didn't add any money back to the fleet fund. And that's what's contributed to our problem there now, is that we were, you know, pulling from one pocket for another pocket. And over time, and I'll also add that, you know, we've been holding the line on controllable costs every year. And, you know, we reduced the budget last year. We've done $1 million this year already, included in this number. And so at some point, it all kind of comes to a head where if you've kept these costs down year over year, like it comes to a breaking point, and that's kind of where we are in some of these internal service funds, like the insurance fund and fleet fund, where it made the general fund look better in prior years because we kept those charge-outs low, but ultimately now it's leading to other problems.
Okay. Second, let me catch up. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Libby, I just have a question that made me think of, like, when we were taking that I think it was $4.6 or $4.7 million that was previously dedicated to the Scout House, and then that was kind of at some point put back in the general fund. Had we kept that dedicated 4.6, we would have, you know, at some point gone through the exercise of figuring out what we need. Did that come into play? Like, do you know what I'm asking?
You're referring back to funds that were transferred. Can you jump to that slide 55, please, again? That funds transferred from the general fund to the CIP fund for the initial funding of the Scout House a few years ago?
Right.
Is that what you're referring to?
Right. How does that come into play? Because at one point, council voted to dedicate, was it 4.6, 4.7 to the Scout House? And was that sitting in a certain fund? And then later on, we went through the exercise, or council went through the exercise of funding other things, like what we eventually ended up taking away from in order to put money back, right?
For the Scout
So
House.
had we kept those dollars in the Scout House fund and then gone through the exercise of finding funds, you know, to fund the other pocket that we eventually took away from, did that impact it, you know, show how it gets reflected? I know, I'm sorry, I don't know all the financial terminology
Transfers.
there.
No, you're good. I think I followed the question. So fiscal year 23, we showed a transfer of $4 million to the CIP fund for projects, which included funding for the Scout House. Some prior years, we had dedicated other money to the Scout House. The CIP fund is only funded through general fund dollars, with the exception right now of the Friends donation is sitting in that fund as well. But so if I followed your question, then you're asking, you know, we moved money from the general fund to the CIP fund. And then that did stay there in the CIP fund, but then was later reallocated to other projects, which now tonight's item or adopted resolution and CIP resolution would undo that and reallocate those funds back to the Scout House. Is that the question?
Yeah, I'm just, my question is just kind of like the way that we've allocated and shown it in the past. So sometimes that it will impact how we look at it at snapshot later on. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's an accurate statement, that it is, and I think Councilmember Howorth mentioned, the budget is a spending plan. It's kind of a snapshot in time. It's our best estimates, and at the time that we're going through the process, things do change. That's why we come back with the quarterly report, the mid-year report, and then, of course, we have our finance subcommittee that could be, meeting anytime throughout the year if we'd like to discuss some deeper budget issues, and maybe that's a path forward too. If as the budget is adopted, but you task the finance subcommittee with looking at achieving a higher structural surplus in the future. That, again, as I noted earlier, I feel like staff has given it their best estimate to reduce the budget where we could and maintain the expectations and service levels as currently desired. And any further reductions will take some time and effort. That would best be done as a collaborative process, I think, with either the finance subcommittee or through other council member interactions to try to get some guidance on what community services and programs we could potentially look at cutting, if that's the desired impact.
Okay, thank you. And then I know one of the bigger expenditures is the UAL payment, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we didn't anticipate the shortfall on those payments. Is that correct? Or the deficit there?
We do anticipate those costs and rising costs. We get annual reports from CalPERS, but it can fluctuate based on good or bad year, CalPERS investment returns. There's a lag in that time, so we do have advance warning of that. But to your point, I think we could do a better job of communicating that and planning for it, and just making it more of a public process and discussion rather than feeling like we're surprising everyone during the budget process.
Yeah, and how much control do we have on that?
Not for the unfunded liability payments, very little control. But that's also the one mechanism we've done in the past is issuing the pension obligation bonds to basically refinance what was at the time a $90 million liability to CalPERS that we refinanced by issuing pension obligation bonds at a lower interest rate. But since then, now we're paying those bonds and we have to pay CalPERS for additional unfunded liability payments. So that's the $2.7 million that referencing in the general fund. That's last year was $200,000, so that increased by $700,000 in 1 year.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Lesser, and then we'll get to the city manager.
So this has been an important conversation, a good conversation. This is our city's budget. But we have other items on our agenda, and I'd like to see if we have consensus to move forward or if we need to continue this item, as was mentioned in passing. I also want to pick up on something the finance director just mentioned, and that is maybe this is an opportunity to task our finance subcommittee to explore additional reductions going forward so we can move forward with this budget, take some action, and move forward, because we have other items as a city that we need to tackle. So just to confirm, to be able to go down the list, staff recommending we look at page 52, slide 52, where there's recommendations with regard to our budget?
Yes, please. So we've already checked off number 1, conducting the public hearing.
Step 1,
yes,
check.
Complete. Item 2 is to get direction on incorporating those cost containment measures.
Which are on page...
I'm missing.
Slide. Page 640, 672.
I'm missing
This one?
in my,
Should be the very last one.
yeah.
No, but
Oh, no,
there's
you
the
know what? I pulled
list,
them.
but then
That's
to
why.
go to page...
I pulled it.
Can we
That's why.
put the slide in?
This is maybe slide 28, is that right?
for cost containment.
Put slide 28 up.
So colleagues, one way to move forward would be for motions on each of these items.
Yeah.
Just to see, so I would be happy to make a motion with
But-
regard to the second item, which is on the list, on
It's the-
slide
look here,
52,
Steve.
which is incorporate any cost containment measures. So would that, for example, include the low and medium impact measures that are recommended by staff, which would total, it would be low impact of $257,600 plus the low and medium impact together would be $773,978, and that would be in addition to the $1 million that staff has already discovered
Yes.
or identified,
second
rather.
Incorporated, yes.
And then we would also add or task to the Finance Subcommittee to explore additional revenue reductions going forward.
And I would second that.
That would be my motion.
I'm sorry, did you say additional revenue reductions? Did anyone else?
To explore.
To
explore.
Expenditure.
Potentially.
Expenditure
yes.
reduction.
Reductions as well as enhancements.
Well,
which is-
that's separate. Is that the next
The
one?
revenue enhancements is.
Which is coming next, correct.
You got it. So I seconded that motion. I think we just call for that, and if we can move forward, we'll move forward.
Call for the vote,
Call for the question.
please.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next is to move forward with revenue enhancements. And I think we've already given direction. That's why, as the finance director was
one,
going through
yeah.
the presentation, I think a number of us were asking, is that already something that staff is exploring? I think we very much want to explore these items that were already identified. Does staff, what's
don't
direction does
need-
staff then need through this direction this
And
evening?
it is also a city council work plan item as well, so it will be discussed at
Keep
at
going
those. And
with
so
those.
as we make progress on identified the ones we're already kind of getting closer on bringing back, and so we'll just keep working away. But at any time, if there are specific questions you'd like us to further, research, we're happy to do that.
You don't need a further motion on that.
To that list, we'll add the UUT and PEG exploration.
Okay, without a motion.
Correct.
Staff has direction, right?
Right. And all those would come back to council so that, some have expressed, concern or, opposition, and we'll have that opportunity to have those discussions as they come back.
Okay.
We're
And-
not saying go forward with all these.
Through the mayor, I'm trying to go through the list to move this, but I really want to respect your prerogative, sir, to lead this to the next level, the next step, if you'd like.
Yeah, so we've got, these, was it one motion then to?
We don't need a motion.
What are
for-
we
Where you
motioning?
went through,
What are you
1, 2,
motioning?
Right.
3. So
So,
4, 1, 4.
So now we're at item 4, which is to confirm modifications to the budget. If, Patty, if you could jump back to slide 46, which kind of has an overview of those items.
We already did the revenue enhancements.
So the modifications to the budget, which are also further detailed in the subsequent slides to this one, would be to give us direction on whether or not to include this CERT funding. The street lighting, the gas tax, those are very minor modifications or just kind of corrections. Then we have the moving the roundhouse and, I guess number 5 we just already discussed. So really the one in question is, that I don't believe has actually been discussed by the city council, is the CERT funding. But all of those are included in this Exhibit A to the budget adoption resolution, so if you'd like us to move forward,
I
then.
see a motion.
Your Honor, on number 1, I made a motion and it was seconded. If we can just take number 1.
okay.
Oh, you're just doing number 1? Okay.
Or do you want to do them all?
The increased expenditures.
Number
No,
Yeah,
item 46,
CERT.
modifications.
CERT funding.
Yes.
This one here, CERT funding.
Oh, yes, CERT funding. Okay, let's call for the vote.
Great, and I was going to make a comment and just simply support that, so you've already done it.
Oh, we're cooking now.
I'm sorry, if I could.
All right.
Sorry, I'm
Uh-oh,
clarifying.
man.
Well, are you talking only about the CERT in the motion or all of them?
His motion is just for CERT,
Oh, okay.
but
Get that.
we might do others
Can we go
later.
back on that slide?
All right.
Okay. So next, increase expenditures.
Well, wait.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Motion passes 5-0.
So, Mr. Mayor, my motion now, we're still on item number 4, confirm modifications, because what Councilmember Meridian made a motion and we approved was cert only. So I would like to say that I would propose items 2 through 6. I would approve of items 2 through 6.
That's your motion.
It is.
Okay,
And it's been
agreed.
seconded by Councilmember Meridian.
Okay, call for the vote.
We're cooking with gas over here.
Yes, we are.
Yep.
Go.
Let's go.
All right.
Thanks to
Motion
Councilmember
passes
Lesser.
5-0.
Well, thanks for letting me do sir.
Thank you. And then if we could go back to slide 52, please, Patty, with, so unless there is further direction by the city council for other modifications you would like to the budget, the last 2 items would be the resolutions to adopt the budget and the Gann appropriations limit.
Hey, Libby, sorry, Director Redhauer, if we, that's item 5 as the resolution, and just so everybody's clear, the positions are in the resolution.
Correct.
Is there a way to, I guess I'll ask the mayor, since you're leading this, is there a way to bifurcate the positions and the actual resolution to the budget? So if council doesn't agree on the positions, we can still agree on the rest of the budget. I guess that's a legal question.
Yeah.
Yes, you can, so on this vote, if there's a motion to adopt that resolution, you can say, with the exception of the 3 positions. And so in other words, one motion to adopt the budget, and then some of the council members can say, I'm approving the budget with or without the exception, of those 3 positions.
Alternatively, we can talk about the positions first and then come back to 5 and 6.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's a better
Thank you.
approach.
Thank you.
Oh, wait.
Since I have the mic,
Okay.
I just wanted to take a moment to respond to Councilmember Meridian's earlier question. I believe your question was about the increased costs and where that was stemming from. So we've talked a lot about all of those throughout the conversation over the last several budget discussions. But to reiterate, increased costs in general, materials and services, and that includes contractual CPI increases to all of our contracts, our MOU increases, the CalPERS UAL increase. I'm missing 2 here. Our debt payments, not just for 400 MBB, but also for the radios, which were approved by council last year. So that's a big chunk. And then separate from that, obviously the insurance discussion. But I just wanted to make it clear that that's the big chunk of our increased expenses.
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually had not forgotten about, but realizing that 400 MBB, that's a big, that's also.
So long ago.
It's so long ago.
So can you walk me through, so we're going to look at these positions and vote on these positions and then vote on the rest of the budget? Oh, great, thank you.
Page 11.
Here, we're on this, we're going to vote on the positions.
Yeah.
So
So we are going to, do we take them each individually?
Yep, it's up to the council, but that's one way to deal with it. If there's a motion to either to approve or not approve position number 1, 2, and 3.
Is there?
Oh, go ahead, Nina. Mayor Pro Tem. Tarnay.
Thank you. I mean, based on the presentation that we've heard tonight, it seems to me that these are positions that are either net neutral or the funds are kind of distributed so that the cost to the general fund, the liability to the general fund isn't as significant. And these are positions, as I understand it, that if we don't fund and we don't do, it's something where we're either paying in the front end or we're paying in the back end, and how we characterize it. The work, as I understand it, needs to get done. So as far as, like, say, for instance, the sewer maintenance worker, to have a sewer maintenance worker to ensure that we don't have breakdowns in our sewer system is so much cheaper than not having that work done and having an emergency situation where a sewer line breaks down somewhere, you've got residents who will be very unhappy, and because of all the, crap that's flowing out. So, so to me, it's, I have heard sufficient information that justifies these positions. But I'm, if you think otherwise, I'd love to hear your take.
And if I could reiterate too, that we currently have the water and sewer rate study underway. So if the sewer position's approved, we would certainly include that in the rate study and capture those costs too.
Yeah. And I would say that, I don't want to count on the sewer rate increase. Although, you could justify it because you're getting more service for it, right? Mm-hmm. And Councilwoman Tarnay, you took the words out of my mouth. There's no way I'm not going to approve or vote for in favor of a sewer maintenance worker of all the, because the one thing, you hear about potholes, you hear about parking tickets. If you're not funding your trash, if your trash is piling up, and if you're not funding your sewers, like if your toilets are backing up, sorry, folks, we're going to hear from that. Yeah. I mean, that's going to be way more expensive. So I do think this amount of money, I think $162,399 for all these positions, my motion would be for these three positions, or three new full-time positions and 3 position reclassifications, because I think that it's penny wise and pound foolish to not do this, because we, like you say, we'll be paying contract services for a lot of these. So that's my motion.
Councilmember Cerulean.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that motion, and I want to ask if we can separate it between net new positions and upgrades, because I feel differently of those two classifications.
Okay, so.
But before you do, I
yeah.
wanted to ask a question. Public Works Director. Thank you. So right now in the sewer program, you mentioned you had a camera, you mentioned a sewer camera we purchased years ago. And how many people do you, like, what's not getting done right now in the sewer program that this position is dire? And how are you potentially filling it? Is it with part-time or maybe with maintenance worker 1 or 2? Like, how are you getting the program completed?
Currently, we don't have enough staff to have 2 people on each vehicle. So we have 3 vehicles that need 2 people. You need 2 people to run the sewer cleaning vehicles. So we have 2 of those. We have 4 staff available to do that, and we have 2 people available. You need 2 people to run the camera truck van. So we have 2 staff available to do that. Then we have 2 part-time staff. But the issue comes up when we have, like from about this time of year till the rainy season, we have to clean all the catch basins in the city. We have to maintain the stormwater system to prevent flooding. And so we take some of the resources away from cleaning the sewer, so we run 1 sewer cleaning truck. The additional part-time or full-time position will do away with 1 part-time position. We'll have the ability to have a full-time position and a part-time position doing storm cleaning, and we'll still be able to run the 3 other vehicles.
Is there, I think the finance director mentioned the sewer rate study. I'm not sure what the timeline is for that, but will you be able to Band-Aid it until the sewer rate study, and during the sewer rate study, that position could be built into the sewer rates, possibly?
To answer your question, we'd continue the service level we are currently performing. Does that answer the question?
Gotcha. Yeah, it does. Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, so we had a motion.
No, we don't have a motion right now.
Okay.
But I'm going to make one. Let's see. First, I'll start with, let's see if I get this right. For the, my motion is to convert the full-time transportation services operator, full-time recreation coordinator, upgrade in the fire department, upgrade executive assistant to administrative analyst, and then the information technology upgrade, one office assistant. So those aren't the net new positions. I'm going to bifurcate it as my colleague requested, and so I'm saying let's do that. That's been moved and seconded.
Okay, so it's moved by Councilmember Howorth and seconded by Councilmember Lesser. Can we call for the vote, please?
Oh, nope.
No. Yeah, what happened to my, there we go.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great, so we got that.
So then, I know that,
Before your motion, can I ask a quick question?
yeah, I wasn't going to, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor, is
Just-
that okay?
Yes.
Oh, before our motion.
Yes, sir.
Finance Director Brett Howard, when do you suspect the sewer rate study would come back?
I mean, might need Joe to speak on that.
Thank you, Councilman Sherlin. We have the consultants on board for both the water and the sewer rate study, but we're just in the data gathering phase. It won't be before council probably until, I would say, January of '27.
And I appreciate that. And that's when we look at not just the sewer rates, but future capital improvement, and we look at positions. When we do those rate studies, we build all those things into the rate. Is that accurate?
We would build in the existing, all the existing salaries, benefits, and any capital projects we have planned going forward, we'd build that in. If we were looking at the potential for another sewer maintenance worker, we would have the consultant build in a model that would show you with and without that position, so you could make that decision.
Correct. And at the same time, you would analyze the potential needs for anything in water, because these are both enterprise funds and they don't impact the general fund.
That is correct, and they're two separate studies. Yeah, there'll be two
Oh,
separate
they're two separate
Yeah,
studies.
I should.
Do we know which one's coming first?
They are being done concurrently, so they
Okay.
will, I don't know that they'll come before you at the same time, but they'll be done around the same time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So my comment before I make the motion would be, I'm prepared to add these people. And, when you look at the management analyst in Public Works, that's coming from a few different funds, right? And then the sewer maintenance worker, I think, obviously the Public Works Department is going to work really hard to try to keep up with the maintenance and what they have to do now. But I hear the Public Works Director saying, even before the sewer rate study, we need this position. And I just think I think it could be money well spent. So I would support, also with the human resource assistant, that's a $0. I don't see any reason not to do that. If money's the issue, I don't see any reason not to do that. I'm not telling the directors how to staff their departments, but if it's a money issue, and it's $0, then we should support that. That would be my comment.
Okay, Councilmember Lesser.
I'm torn. I'm torn because I am seeking to not have a net addition of city employees, yet what's in the back of my mind is a mantra that I can't remember who originated it, is not having fear to flush. Who was it? Who was the great city employee? Walt Dewar, I think, our former council member, had that as a mantra. We owe it to our residents, as was mentioned by Councilmember Howorth, to ensure that we have reliable sewers, drains, trash service. It's part of what we do as a city. And in fact, to the extent that these systems fail, it costs far more to repair them. So we have a mid-year budget review as an opportunity to add additional positions. We may know a bit more at our subsequent follow-up in terms of what our revenue stream is and what our expenditures are. But I appreciate the the questions and the comments made by my colleague, Councilmember Meridian, about seeking to distinguish between the net neutral positions and the additions. So I just want to say I'm quite torn.
Okay, Councilmember Meridian.
So the net cost neutral, Director Redhauer, in HR, is that based on a fully, I was reviewing the line item detail, is that based on a fully burdened rate, or is the part-time hours just covers the salary, and because the benefits are above and beyond that, or is it covered fully burdened rate?
Yes, to fully fund the position, other reductions were made in the department across part-time and contract services.
So fully burdened rate.
Or, yes.
No, I get it, but I didn't know that, because I looked at the part-time hours and it didn't look like it was enough value to cover the position, but now you're
Correct,
saying.
there was also a reduction in some contract services as well.
Is that normal that we do that, or do we just, if we don't need the contract service, we just like reduce that from the budget overhead? I don't know that we're including it into the position. I mean, every department could come down and say, I'm going to cut the contract services. That makes me a little nervous.
Well, I think those are the trade-offs that are done every year in a budget process. As I mentioned, like we go through the line items, we see what's still needed for current operations and current projects, what's no longer needed, and trade-offs are made every year.
Yeah. More questions?
Yeah, I'm glad, I'm sorry, I'm just jumping ahead, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I appreciate those questions, Councilmember Shirley, and I would say that, again, like we're kind of asking, on the one hand, we're asking them, well, can you make a reduction in contract services? And I think Human Resources is saying, yeah, we could do that in order to get this. So here's my motion, taking in what my colleagues are saying. I appreciate, I thought Councilmember Lesser really had such a great point. So I'm going to say my motion would be to add the human resource assistant, cost neutral position, and to wait to the mid-year for the public works positions. And I hope I don't get a lot of crap for that, but sorry, that's crass, I'm so sorry.
There's the IT position too.
No, that was an upgrade.
That was
an
upgrade.
Okay, sorry.
Come on.
Sorry.
No, I'm kidding, sorry. So I would say that would be my compromise. So let's add this human resource person, and we could wait to the mid-year for sewage and management analyst.
If I could
Yeah.
jump in for one moment on the management analyst. So again, that $88,000 is across multiple funds identified there. We did reduce part-time hours because currently the department is trying to work with 2 part-time employees and get the work that needs to be done, and that's just not efficient or effective. So that's why they've reduced 2 part-time positions that were currently in the general fund at a cost of $60,000.
Oh,
But
yeah.
again, the full-time position is spread out across other funds, so if we back out these changes, the cost of the general fund actually increases by
That's right.
$22,000.
Thank you. So thank you for reminding us of that. That's fantastic. So I will also add that, the management analyst position, to my motion.
I want to flesh this out if I could, Mayor. So, Councilmember Shireen, is this the type of approach that you're comfortable with, or if not this, then what would be another approach that would be a viable alternative, given that we're getting down to a pretty granular level of what's included in our budget, and moreover, a core function of city services?
Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable with this process. I just, I'm sensitive to the things I've been saying of my concern of this year and next year, and I just can't feel like it's fiscally responsible to add any positions during this year. But that's just that's just my input. I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate the upgrades. But, we have a quarterly report coming up. Let's see how year-end closes, because finance always does surprise to the upside because we're so conservative. Or I should say they are so conservative. So it's just a matter of let's see where we're at. Let's pace ourselves. I'm not saying these positions aren't needed. We're going to do a sewer rate study. If we need sewer or water employees, they technically get built into those things, and it's a bigger dialogue. But for me, right now, this is a real good process, and I appreciate the dialogue, but I don't feel comfortable adding any net new positions in any fund.
But, the point of that if we don't do the management analyst in Public Works, it's going to be an additional cost in the general fund.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that because I wanted to try to understand that. So if we don't approve item 4, it will cost us more money than what's proposed because that is being paid through other funds.
Currently, part-timers are doing necessary, needed work to, as described by the Public Works Director earlier, but it's less efficient and effective to have 2 part-timers trying to do this workload when really it's appropriate for a management analyst.
But the part-timers are being paid into those, they're getting paid out of general water, sewer, those same funds?
No, the 2 part-time positions were only in the general fund, totaling $60,000.
And then what's the value, $60,000 each?
No, total.
Total. So $60,000 in general fund versus $89,000 in multiple funds?
The $88,000 is the increase of the fully burdened position after reducing the $60,000 in part-time hours.
I was going to say, that's a pretty inexpensive management analyst. It's more close to $150 fully burdened rate. Thank you for that.
And again, the sewer maintenance worker, I think it was mentioned too, that the $50,000, that is an increase after reducing current part-time hours that are currently included in the budget.
No, thank you, and that's good for everybody to hear.
So, Libby, the $88,000 is coming from multiple funds, right? So what's the proportion for the general?
I'm pulling that up.
Was that 30?
60 is the current proportion that's coming from the general fund because it's fully funded from the general fund now. But I think the number was around 37 with this version, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, 37, okay. So it would be less out of the general fund to
Be
pay
less out
a
of the general
full
fund.
person.
Yes.
Yes, so the position was built into the budget to put 25% towards the general fund, 25% towards water, 25% towards sewer, and then the remaining 25% is split between parking programs and fleet management. But all of the part-time that was reduced was all sitting in the general
In
fund.
general,
So that's
right.
why it's a,
Yeah, so it's still less of an impact on the general fund.
yes.
Quick inquiry, Your Honor.
Sure, go ahead. Councilmember Shirley.
Thank you. So a few months ago, council approved sewer manhole covers with sensors. I don't know if the director would come down to warn of potential overflows. And I appreciate that very much because we're using technology. So can you explain how those can help impact to mitigate any flush or, what did you, I don't know. What that,
Flush or die?
Flusher. So I'm just curious if we can utilizing that technology, and I understand you need the position, but just asking to buy some time to do the sewer rate study. But these sensors that we approved at 35,000
The smart covers?
The
Yeah.
smart covers were like 35,000 each, and I don't know how many we approved. I don't remember. But can you explain that, please?
So, excuse me, what they really help with 2 things. They help with overflows in general, whether it be day or night, weekends or work days. They give us an alarm when a manhole starts to fill up, gives us time to stop what we're doing, because whenever there becomes a sewer overflow situation, the guys are always doing something else. They're cleaning the sewer or something like that. So the time to mobilize, and that is the potential for the sewage to get onto the street, into the gutter, into the storm drain, and make its way towards the ocean. So the smart covers give us a heads up on areas that we know are deficient, that have issues that we haven't had the time, or more than likely just the capital to go in and do a fix or a replacement. So we use those in spots where we, through the videoing or through the cleaning, we run through roots or we run through offset pipes and we know there's an issue there. We identify those locations. We put the smart covers there to buy us time to get to a sewer, before a sewer spills. That's what they're using.
Understood. And years ago, we did digital water meters, and those positions that were out there reading them manually got repurposed to other areas in water. So I totally understand the concept. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, well, that's fine. Thank you. Well, why don't you stay close so you don't have to go up? Well, it's up to you. Going up and down the stairs. But, you know, the other thing too is looking at the overall health of the economy. And there's just so many unknowns. I mean, we got overseas issues. We've got spending issues. I think people are feeling inflation and the like. So, you know, if we're going to rely on sales tax revenues and things like that to supplement our general budget, I'm just in favor of waiting. I like the idea of waiting till mid-year and take a look at it and just kind of see how the revenue trickles in. Hopefully it'll be even a better summer than normal because of you know, all the activities that are going on around, like FIFA and the like. So I'm in favor of waiting to mid-year for the full-time positions in Public Works.
So my motion stands. Well, did you want to, oh, sorry. But the director may stand as well. So my motion, and I appreciate the comments of waiting for mid-year and the economy, certainly, you know, the federal government isn't making it easy on us here, are they? So I would say, but my motion stands because the human resource assistant isn't costing our general fund anything. And item number 4 of the management analyst split amongst those funds with less money from the general fund is actually a savings. It's not it's a person, it's a position, but it is a cost savings to our general fund. As far as the way I see it, I understand that it's, you know, what it is, but so that's my motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Howorth and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay. Call for the vote.
Did you want to say something?
Walt Dewar was a friend of mine. He is really my hero and role model. And we used to chuckle about not having a fear to flush. I wasn't sure if he was the originator of the expression. And I think this gets penny-wise, pound-foolish, particularly because it actually saves money, and we have to spend more if we don't move forward with the sewer maintenance worker and the management analyst. So reluctantly, I think we need to be more proactive with our review of our budget. And I appreciate this process, but I also just don't want to be stupid about it. I don't want to just do this for the political explanation that we're having no net new positions when in fact there's a cost savings here if we go forward with this. So I will be supporting the motion, but I agree with the general concerns that are expressed about our looking at the growth of our city employee count and where we can find efficiencies moving forward.
And to be clear, we're still waiting for the mid-year for the sewer worker.
Correct.
Which, you know. Okay.
Motion passes 3-2 with Mayor Franklin and Councilmember Shirley voting no.
And so,
Okay.
so now we have to do item 6, or?
Number 5, if there are no further proposed modifications to the budget, then it would be potentially adopting the resolution, adopting the fiscal year 27 operating budget as a proposed, an amendment in Exhibit A, but then also as amended to eliminate the sewer maintenance worker.
Okay. Councilmember Sherillian? Question?
Yeah, maybe somebody else got it. I lost my track. If somebody else wants to, has a question.
I'm sorry. Is there, is it still, can you clear the speakers unless?
I didn't, I didn't,
I think that's from the last.
I know what I wanted.
Okay. So, Councilmember Shirley.
Thank you, sorry about that, it's past 10 o'clock. So it's something that Councilmember Lesser indicated, so as part of bringing things back to the Finance Subcommittee, is it also, can we task staff to bring back to the Finance Subcommittee, looking at the vacancies and making, is that part of what we asked for before, which was look at expenditures, look at the revenues, but can we also bring that back to the Finance Subcommittee so we can review it?
what? Well, thank you.
Councilmember Howorth?
So I guess we could, oh wait, I see the confusion. I mean, I don't, the vacancies, I think staff has heard, I mean, they know that they shouldn't just willy-nilly fill things. It has to be really, really necessary. They've heard that loud and clear. I think if you start bringing that back to the Finance Subcommittee, it's like they're doing staffing within the departments, and that doesn't seem appropriate to me. So I wouldn't, I don't think that's something that should come back.
I guess as part of cost cutting, your biggest item is salaries.
Right.
It's a strategic way to evaluate it as to freezing, not all the positions, not public safety, but some enough that, you know, you're making those tough decisions. So it's part of cost cutting. It's your biggest cost.
And I think it's good if we have this dialogue. It is one of our, you're right, it's one of our biggest costs, but I'm not comfortable bringing it. It's not the purpose of the Finance Subcommittee to go back and forth with staff, department heads, like you should be, don't fill this, don't fill that. That's my problem.
Well, I don't think it would be that, but it would ultimately come to council as part of the package.
I recommend it come back to council.
Yeah.
Because I thought the Finance Subcommittee was perhaps to evaluate some issues, but it's really ultimately the council that has to make these decisions. And so I think we just had a presentation on vacancies, and maybe I'm looking at the city manager just asking, when is that item going to come back again?
So we bring that once a year, but I do want to reiterate what you heard in the vacancy report, which is that most of our vacancies are with public safety and engineering. So if we were to freeze engineering positions, one of two things has to happen. We have to backfill those positions with contract services, or the projects have to halt or slow down. So the council has to have a desire to offset that freeze in positions with something else.
Yeah.
I guess I would question 30 positions, you're saying public safety, and you're saying engineering. For all 30 positions, I can't see that math, but.
Others
I
are
guess-
in various stages of recruitment.
Yeah.
I know the two for our finance department that were included on that vacancy report, we have a written offer on the table for one and are conducting final interviews on the other. So they're in various stages of hiring.
I get it, and I appreciate
Likewise
it.
with other
and
departments.
No, and I appreciate it, and I'm going to stop here, but again, I have concerns of where we are, and in the next couple of years, and the increase in expenditures year over year, outside of transfers. So I wanted to say that, so it's memorialized. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
What's the motion?
So my motion
Councilmember Howorth?
is to adopt a resolution number 26-0049, adopting the fiscal year 27 operating budget as proposed and amended. So we've made, a couple changes, et cetera, so, yeah.
I just wanted to follow up what Councilmember Shirley said. I think, for me, I have the same goals. I don't know, based on so many discussions that we've had and having staff review, as I've said, the whole budget process has been everything that we've asked them to do. And I don't know if delaying this will help us find something different. So, you know, if it's really important for you to have it go to the finance subcommittee, I just don't know in the time frame that we need to pass our budget, if this is something that, is that what you're?
Sorry, no.
Oh, okay. I was like-
That's been washed at this point. It's not going there. It's just this item is to adopt this. And
Right.
maybe
Okay.
we can look at that next year when the report
And
comes.
that's,
when
yeah,
we're
I think
maybe
that's
not such a
appropriate
good-
there. Okay.
Well,
so-
my understanding with the previous motion earlier, when we were talking about the cost containment measures, there was, included in that motion was to look at other further options
Yes.
with the finance subcommittee, which I would expect to do this fall. So
Yes.
that way we could
If that's the
be
case,
working
then-
on that in advance of
Correct.
next year's budget process and definitely in advance of the mid-year budget report.
No, I appreciate it. And I think, you know, this is a great exercise. I mean, we're going to have to make some painful cuts, and I appreciate the work that's already been done to do some of that work. But I do think we do need to pass the budget and then look forward and see where we can make cuts, what services we are willing to go without, basically.
Okay, is there a motion?
Or who
Yeah,
you want
I
to
made a
fire.
motion.
Can we vote? or-
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
think we should.
we have a motion
Yeah, there's a
by
second by
Councilmember
Nina.
Howorth and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay. Call for the vote. Sure. Does that
Oh, I meant to
get the-
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
One more motion.
Adopt Resolution 2650.
Second. So what else is on?
Motion passes 5-0.
If we could just make sure too that that's adopting the Gann limit as amended as well, since there was a change with the, so
Yes.
hopefully it still stands.
Do you want to vote on an extension of the
Yeah,
time?
that's why I was looking at the time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is a motion to extend
To
the
extend-
meeting beyond 11 o'clock if
Beyond
needed.
11 o'clock.
This is,
Okay.
can I take a quick break before we move on? Just like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember,
5-minute break?
Mr. Mayor, just a minute.
Yes.
take a while.
Councilmember Howorth and Councilmember
No,
Shirley.
I know you do.
Amy,
Oh, yeah, I liked all of it.
oh, you have to vote.
Oh, sorry, sir, we're voting. We're talking
Amy's
numbers.
fault.
We're talking numbers.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yeah, we object.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
5-minute break?
Yep.
Oh, right.
I know.
Oh, my goodness.
I guess since we're ready to go live.
Thank you. Welcome back. Our next item is number 15, conduct public hearing and consideration of a resolution regarding the proposed 5-year capital improvement program. We have Public Works Director, Mr. DeFrancesco. Cesco.
DeFrancesco.
Cesco.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Joe DeFrancesco, Interim Public Works Director. I'm happy to propose the 5-year capital improvement program for your review tonight, and our city engineer, Gil Gamboa, will be presenting that.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. My name is Gil Gamboa. I'm the city engineer for the Public Works Department. And tonight I'm pleased to present the proposed 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years 2027 through 2031 for City Council adoption. The CIP is a planning document that outlines the city's capital infrastructure needs for the next 5 years. It reflects the city's continued commitment to investing critical infrastructure, community amenities, and long-term sustainability. The plan includes several projects for funding consideration in fiscal year 2027, as well as projects in the outlying years to serve as a budget planning tool. It is important to note that the CIP is a dynamic document and is revised each year to ensure that the city's needs and priorities are reassessed. I want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank Public Works Director Joe DeFrancesco for his guidance. I also want to thank Principal Civil Engineer Magena Laskowska of the Engineering Division and our project managers for their hard work in compiling the CIP and, more importantly, in executing the CIP projects themselves. Lastly, I would like to thank the Finance Department for their assistance in preparing the CIP. A couple housekeeping items. A full list of the proposed 5-year CIP projects is included in this report. Also attached is a CIP project summary sheet report for each project, outlining capital costs, funding sources, project descriptions, and justifications. Upon adoption, a full copy of will be posted on the city's Public Works Department website. Now jumping into how we got here, the CIP approval process included a comprehensive review with public engagement and runs parallel with the city's proposed operating budget timeline. The Planning Commission reviewed the proposed CIP on August 22nd to ensure consistency with the city's general plan, followed by the Parking and Public Improvements Commission, a review on April 23rd. And then this year, we also introduced the CIP to the Parks and Rec Commission on April 27th. City Council reviewed the CIP during public meetings on May 5th and May 12th, including a detailed study session. And tonight's public hearing marks this final step before formal adoption. Taking a look at the Council's directed revisions from the May 12th City Council meeting, the following key revisions have been incorporated into the CIP plan. There were 5 modifications to the CIP fund. The Senior Scout Community Center project fiscal year 2027 funding was increased from 0 to $4.7 million. This adjustment was made possible by the subsequent reductions in project funding. The first being the project at 400 MBB. Fiscal year 2027 funding was reduced from $1 million to 0. The Sand Dune Park Improvement Project fiscal year 2027 funding was reduced from $1.5 million to $500,000. And the city facilities renovations project's prior appropriations were reduced from $2.825 million to $825,000. And then lastly, the Beg Pool Facility Upgrade Project's prior year appropriations were reduced from $702,357 to 0. And that's how we ended up with a $4.7 million towards the Scout House. Modifications were also made to the State Pier and Lot Fund. The operating budget added $80,000 in core expenditures in fiscal year 2027 and 2028 to support the maintenance of the Roundhouse Aquarium. The pier improvements project out years were adjusted by a fiscal year 2029 reduction from $350,000 to 0. A fiscal year 2030 was reduced from $325,000 to $25,000. And fiscal year 2031 was increased from $350,000 to $400,000. Also included were modifications to the upper pier parking lots railings replacement project. Fiscal year 2027 was increased from 0 to 200,000, and this will enable staff to repaint the railings in time for the Olympics. The out years on fiscal year 28 was increased from 200,000 to 275,000. Fiscal year 2029 was reduced from 400,000 to 375,000, and fiscal year 2030 was reduced from 400,000 to 350,000. So those are the modifications we're bringing back from the May 12th meeting from council. And then taking a look at the 5-year snapshot, the CIP outlines approximately $177.3 million in planned investments across 107 capital projects that support critical infrastructure, facilities, and community enhancements throughout the city. $91.7 million reflects previously appropriated funding. $21.9 million is being requested for fiscal year 2027, and the remaining $63.7 million is programmed across fiscal year 28 through 2031. Taking a look at the project funding overview, so the 5-year CIP is structured across 10 major funding categories. Each funding category is has strict eligibility requirements, and many projects must meet those requirements. We have worked closely with finance to ensure that all project funding and allocations are realistic given current revenue limitations. And as a quick reminder, the CIP is our planning document. Figures beyond 2027 are projections. They help us forecast future needs, but actual budgets will be refined annually as priorities and funding sources become clearer. So a brief overview of each funding category. Starting with our CIP fund, has 37 projects totaling approximately $32.9 million. The CIP fund provides assistance for various general needs of the city that are not covered by more specific funding sources. This encompasses parks, public facilities, and initiatives that are not eligible for grants. Furthermore, this fiscal year, the annual street resurfacing program receives partial funding from the CIP fund because of budget constraints in the street funds. Then we have our streets and sidewalks and right-of-way funding has 27 projects totaling approximately $4.9 million, or $45.9 million, excuse me. This fund is dedicated to street and sidewalk rehabilitation, ADA ramps, pavement management, traffic signals, and pedestrian safety enhancements, which are funded through local returns such as gas tax, Measure M, Measure R, and Prop C. Moving on to the parking fund, it has 10 projects totaling approximately $10.2 million. The parking fund is dedicated to public parking facilities, including the modernization of parking structures and the reinvestment of meter-based revenues. The State Pier and Parking Lot Fund has 3 projects at a total of approximately $2.2 million. The State Pier and Lot Fund is dedicated to the upkeep and restoration of both the pier parking lots and the pier itself. Then we have our grants and outside funding, has 9 projects totaling approximately $19.7 million. The grant and outside fund supports projects co-funded through federal, state, regional, or private grants. It prioritizes ADA improvements, sustainability, and matching funds for regional partnerships. Next, we have our Measure W, has 2 projects totaling approximately $13.2 million. The Measure W fund invests in regional and municipal stormwater management, green infrastructure, and compliance with state water quality mandates. The Storm Drain Fund has 10 projects totaling approximately $5.7 million. And the Storm Drain Fund focuses on enhancing stormwater infrastructure, ensuring compliance with NPDES regulations, prioritizing solutions for localized flooding, and promoting long-term resilience. We have our Water Fund that has 10 projects totaling approximately $22 million. The Water Fund supports enterprise-funded water system enhancements, including major booster pump station upgrades and annual focused capital improvements. Then we have our Sewer Fund, or as Mayor Lesser said, our Councilmember Lesser said, flushed with no fear. Has 8 projects totaling approximately $25.1 million. The Sewer Fund is funded by sewer enterprise revenue. This category supports sanitary sewer lift station modernization, annual mainline replacements, and master planning and system reliability improvements.
We need T-shirts.
Good idea.
Let's do
I
it.
like it.
Okay.
And lastly, we have our street lighting and landscape fund has two projects totaling approximately $575,000. So the street lighting and landscape fund has an annual allocation for citywide street light maintenance. So with that, the staff recommendation in conclusion here is staff recommends that the City Council conduct the public hearing and adopt Resolution 26-0048, formally approving the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years 2027 through 2031. And staff's available for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
I did.
Councilmember Shirley.
No,
Oh,
Councilmember Lesser.
Gil, thank you for the
Sorry.
presentation. I just wanted to very quickly go through the CIP fund modifications and the impacts of the transfer per council direction. This reflects what council did direct staff to do, but I wanted to for example, understand what the reduction for 400 Manhattan Beach Boulevard's fiscal year 2027 budget from 1 million to 0 is going to practically mean for purposes of moving forward with the Project Pulse project, for example.
So we're in the middle of we just did I think over this past weekend, we did a design charrette community meetings. Currently we have in prior year appropriations, we have over $900,000 for going towards this design conceptual phase on that. That will get us back to this point next year if we needed to add for future funding.
Got it. So there's sufficient funding there.
Correct.
Next, the Sand Dune Park Improvements Project, which has been years in the making. This is a proposed reduction from $1.5 million to $500,000.
So we're not slowing this project down. Again, we're at about a 30% design phase on that. We probably won't get to a 100% until about a year from now. So we're just reducing to $1 million, but we're keeping the project moving.
Great.
And we'll be able to come back with council with a better engineer's estimate at that time and more appropriate funding estimate for construction.
And the final question I had, just in terms of understanding the ramifications of these reductions, is the city facility renovations, where we're reducing prior appropriations from $2.83 million to $825,000.
So on this one, we're going to keep a few of the vital building facilities. This one's a nested, has about, I think, up to 5 different facility projects, building facilities, but the ones that are encumbered and in motion are going to stay in motion, and then the other ones we're going to put on a hold.
Thank you.
This happen.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Shirley.
Thank you. I just wanted to compliment Gil and Public Works for just, knocking it out of the park with everything we asked for, and ensuring at the same time that he's got the items that he needs this current year, in addition to the prior year appropriations, also to Marjana and Finance for helping put this together. Well done. It's not a question, it's more of a comment, but just keep a close eye on those parks. That's it. Thank you.
Understood.
Okay, Councilmember Howorth.
Yeah, I'll make a comment now too as well, and I want to echo that. I really do think that this is the best CIP that I've seen while on council, and I'll tell you why. Like my colleague said, you heard us. Here's what we wished for, wanted. You made it happen. You made choices. And you demonstrated that those choices weren't going to impact us right now. We could, do out years. You could do the budget. And I've been so frustrated in the past trying to be able to put a council stamp on the order, a council stamp on the process. And I want to just thank you. And also the way you guys presented it was really, really helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Staff reports are off the hook tonight. I mean, we're into club, everyone's yeah, it's like everyone's doing their best. Okay.
All right. So I would like to make a comment. Thank you. It's really great. It takes a while on council to understand CIP, because the numbers are so large, and you wonder how the money gets in there, and then you have to learn all these acronyms for all the grants. So it's finally, not finally, but, has been, but when it comes together, it's really nice. And one thing I want you to toot your own horn is on page 411 of the staff report. I was impressed with the completed projects over the past year. And I think that should be in your PowerPoint. But I just want to get an idea. I'm going to put you on the spot. You don't have to get me the number now, but we have interim parking lot number 3, annual street resurfacing project, cycle 2 at Marine. I just got a compliment from a resident about how Marine looks so great now after that. So it's great to see it from here to actually in practice. Manhattan Beach Boulevard eastbound, left turn extension. Citywide camera, Beach City's green streets. Anyway, it's all here. Just about how much did we spend for all that last year?
On
would you
those
say? It doesn't have to be
completed
exact,
projects?
but I mean, because we're talking about cuts and all that sort of stuff. I want to show people, that things are actually getting done through, a robust budgeting process. You don't. I mean.
So the completed projects were about $7.4 million that you went through on that list.
Yeah, so that's great. And then, not to put you on the spot, and I won't, but then projects in construction in this fiscal year, 2027. I mean, that's a great list as well. So just want to let everybody know that we've been talking about cuts, or maybe not, being fully funded with some things, but work still goes on, So still have the fear of the flesh, but. Okay, great. Anybody else?
I'm making t-shirts.
Decide to watch. So we have okay, I'm sorry. Whoops. Yep.
Public comments.
Whoops, I caught myself.
So if I can make one just add on
yeah.
to the projects that were going, just to clarify, those are going to be projects that are in construction right now, or we're intending to get in construction before end of fiscal year 2027, so by next June 30. So we have
Right.
20 projects that we're targeting, and that totals about over $90 million. Granted, 28th Street and MBATs are kind of taking up a big chunk of it.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mayor, I have one more quick question.
Oh, yes. Councilmember Sherlin.
Thank you. Just really quick, Gil, when do we get the gold shovels for groundbreaking for the Scout House? Is that September? Is that?
So I'm hesitant to throw a timeline yet. We'll have to come back with council to
fall.
We'll have to come back to council with a new MOU and some other things on that.
Green
but
shovel.
Fall, maybe?
I'm
All right, I'm not going to.
to-
All right, no.
I can't
but
commit
thank
to that
you.
yet.
That's all I
want a
got.
green shovel to go through.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, okay.
Good
And-
question, though.
And so I'm going to open it up to public comments in the chambers.
There's our guy.
Security, this guy's loyal.
Stefan Campo once again here. I want to echo the comments here about celebrating our successes. I think we should try to get that out in our communications more, make it more visible. We're talking about budget, people hear the shortfalls, but let's get some positive press. I think it'll do a lot of good in just seeing what we're doing around this. The other thing that I know Gil and a lot of people know this about me, I'm interested in seeing what do we have planned this year. And I guess maybe it's in the staff report, but that cheat sheet I think you guys need to have, because you walk around and you see our residents be able to talk about it. When we say, well, what's going on in the city? Be able to talk about it really quick off the cuff. I, as a resident, would like to know it. I would like to see a Gantt chart that says what are the projects in process, what are expected to get completed this year, what is expected to start. Seeing it on the website, I've got to go to each one of these different projects. I can't keep track of that, to keep a consolidated list. I can't do it. So if we could get something that's visible that says, here's what our plan is. I understand it's dynamic and it changes. That's the way life is. But my goodness, it'd be really good to share that, really what our progress is, what we're trying to do for our residents. Please make that available to us.
Great, thank you. Any other comments in chambers? How about on Zoom?
No requests on Zoom.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comments. And comments? Observations?
Motion.
Want to go right to the vote? Okay.
Should we say what it is for the city attorney? Because you can't see our screen, can you, or can you?
No, I haven't made my motion yet.
Right, so make
Okay,
it.
I will.
Yeah, so we have a motion by Councilmember Sherlin and seconded by Councilmember Howorth. Person. member, council member.
Whatever.
So,
She's a person and a member.
approve the CIP for fiscal year 26-27 through 2030-31, and adopt resolution 26-48.
Call for the vote.
Oh, wait. No, I didn't mean to, that was an accident.
Oh, are you going to vote it down?
I went so quickly that it was nay.
She abstained.
Motion passes 5-0.
Freudians.
Okay.
No, not at all.
Passes 5-0. Hearing, okay. We're on item number 17 now. Under general business, consideration of the approval of city council assignments continued from May 19th, 2026. City Clerk Tamura.
So this item was continued from the last city council meeting. There's no formal staff presentation. It's really for council discussion.
Okay. So, Councilmember Lesser.
So I had desired to talk about this item at the last meeting and was certainly receptive to continuing it as well. Typically, it's the prerogative of the mayor to come up with a proposed list of assignments, and then there have been prior councils where we've actually talked about it as well. And so I welcome that conversation. And in particular, as to assignments related to me, I'm listed as the proposed delegate for the South Bay City's Council of Government, a role that I've served in the past. But I wanted to step aside and allow Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay to serve in that role. She has participated in leadership at the COG. She's involved with the housing trusts, and I wanted to allow her to continue to stay in that role because I think she enjoys it and would like to serve. So I would be happy to step aside. I also would want, if I could, to be the alternate delegate to the Clean Power Alliance and let you, Mr. Mayor, be the delegate, because if that's a position that you would like, I would defer to you. I just simply would add that for the last 3.5 years, I've served on the Energy Subcommittee, which is sort of a less glamorous but pretty important role, where I've participated in the selection of $12 billion in power, future power agreements. And it's not just me, I'm part of a team, and so we're actively involved with the day-to-day sort of power agreement contracts. And so I would welcome being the alternate where I think Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay is currently the listed as the alternate.
And Mayor Pro Tem, how do you feel about that?
That sounds great. I would wholeheartedly support that. I'm actually up for the second vice chair of the South Bay COG, so it would be helpful to remain on the COG. So that sounds great to me. Thank you for that suggestion.
Okay.
And that's all.
Let me just keep up with my bookkeeping here for a second, please. And Clean Power Alliance. And so you're going to switch, you're each going to switch then on the Clean Power Alliance. So,
And just to follow up, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that you would like to be the delegate, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm happy to cede to you, sir. Have fun.
Great, thank you. Well, I noticed that each you and Councilmember Howorth had 2 terms, so I just thought, seemed to be the, so CPA is neat. Just
Do they still meet, you have to go, no, you go to COG office, yeah.
Lesser, so this is delegate and alternate. Okay, sorry, there's a lot of bookkeeping and keeping track of the scorecard. And then Tarnay is on, okay, for the COG. And then CPA is Nina, is the delegate, is the alternate off, and lesser alternate on. Okay, great. Next, we have Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as an observation, I wanted to just highlight this, that my assignments, I've been assigned as an alternate, like triple everyone else's assignment. So I'm happy to attend a lot of these, but just, if people want to assume some of the other roles, I'd be open to that. And then a few of my requests for positions that I'd like to stay on, or my observations, is for the Finance Subcommittee. As I understand it, it's in the past, it's been the mayor and the mayor pro tem, and that's something I'd be very interested in learning before I roll into the mayor position. So I'd like to request that I be the alternate for that.
Thank you. That was an oversight. You're right, because we've been following that pattern.
And then, so thank you for that. And then as far as the Summer Olympics Subcommittee, as someone who's been intimately involved in that subcommittee, I think it's really important to have some continuity in information and historical context for how we've developed. And I think between Councilmember Howorth and myself, I think she's had more experience. So I hope that she will continue on as the alternate. I think you have yourself down as the delegate, but I think, and hopefully when I become mayor, I can bring Councilmember Sherillian so that we have some continuity of the work that's being carried forth. I think it's important in relationship building. And then I think that let me see. I think that is it from my list.
Okay, so that was the Olympics. Okay. I'll have a discussion about that. Okay, and we've got Councilmember Sherillian.
Thank you. My items a lot more than I've had, so I'm looking, I guess, forward to looking at some of these. But I would like to ask if Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay is okay to swap the Metropolitan Water District and the West Basin Municipal Water District. We're both the delegates, but I'd like to serve on the West Basin as a delegate versus the Metro Water, if she's okay with that.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so so Metropolitan Water District
Nina.
will be Nina.
Yep.
And then West Basin Municipal Water is going to be Sherillian.
And then she'd be, I guess we'd be each other's alternate?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then alternate Sherillian and alternate Tarnay. Okay, got it. Okay, and then Councilmember Howorth.
Well, hello, thank you. So, Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay, if you'd like, if I could be your alternate on the Manhattan Beach Business and Professional Association. I think it's great that Councilmember Sherillian be the main delegate to that, but then I could back you up and I'd love to stay tangentially involved.
I'm open to that.
Oh, okay. And then, Councilmember Sherillian, I have a couple questions for you. I don't know if you want, I couldn't tell if you wanted to lessen your load or not, but I would be interested in doing the Manhattan Beach PTA District Advisory Council, if you are open to that, or Senior Advisory Committee.
Which one's the senior advisor?
Senior Advisory Committee is up in the city council committees. It's with the seniors.
Yeah. As far as the DAC, I've been waiting patiently for the 18 months, like just watching, these items that, are assignments.
And you
I-
wanted that.
I wanted to, just like the West Basin, I wanted to dip my toe into that.
Okay.
And, obviously having the 2 young boys, and my wife's involved in the PTA, and I'm the delegate to the school for the MBUSD. So I think that's just something I wanted to, try for.
So be both, okay, if you care about that, that's good. That's fine. How about Senior Advisory Committee?
I'm fine if you want that one.
Okay.
I didn't,
Okay, and
I
then,
wish these were numbered.
I know,
Wait,
I know.
wait,
And
I'm-
then,
I'm sorry, is that for delegate?
yeah, I would be delegate for Senior Advisory.
Councilmember Shirley?
I mean,
Are you open to that? I mean, I've only got 4 delegates
yeah,
positions.
I've had 4 and 3 the
Yeah,
last 2
I've had-
times.
Well,
So-
okay.
but
Oh,
I'm
okay,
fi-
I didn't know.
No, but I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I have 15 alternate ones, if any.
Yeah, well, I took one of your alternate ones. I took one of your alternate ones. Let's see, want me to take another? Here, I'll take another alternate of yours.
I don't think I ever had
Do you
to
want me to
step
take
in.
Penny Camp Elementary?
No.
Do you want me to take? And then so DBPA alternate and SAC for me. And I'd like to discuss the Olympics. I can tell that will be a hotly contested one. And so, Councilmember Freeland, I apologize, because I thought you were saying I'm on so many that you'd like to.
No, this is a bump up for me from the 4 I had, so.
And you're happy about that?
I don't know.
Well, because I mean, that's the thing.
11 o'clock again.
No, but I
Oh.
mean, that's all I was trying to do. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, if you want to get
No.
rid of something, I really wanted this, but that's okay. If you want it, take it, so that's
No,
good.
which one?
No, we're
The
good.
DAC? What about the North Manhattan Beach? I've been on that.
I would love to be on that.
Okay, if you're okay with that.
I would love to do that, because I haven't been with them yet, and I would love
And
that.
I've been nothing but with, and there's, they're great,
I would,
great organizations.
So I'll Senior Advisory and that? Can I do that?
Yeah,
Okay,
North
yeah.
Manhattan Business, okay, so that's going to be, and Councilmember Lesser, you're the alternate. So, let me see here, so North Manhattan, so Shirley.
There's no way this is going to get captured.
I know, someone's writing it down.
No,
I am writing it
I
down.
am, and so
I think
is,
Lisa,
yeah.
I trust.
Trust me, I've been
I
very
trust
good
the
at
clerks.
figuring this out. And then Amy
I'm not seeing a lot of
takes
David for,
delegate.
assignments.
Okay.
Can I ask a logistical question on the COG, please? Because I've noticed some of the other cities have all their council members listed as alternates, just because if I'm not there to take a vote, that any one of you could come and do that. Is that something that you would be open to?
That was raised a few years ago, and I don't know, did you do some research on that, or?
It was actually COG that told us we couldn't do that.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
On like for the city of Redondo, if you look up on the actual COG website, it has all of them listed as alternates.
When we submitted the
charter.
paperwork for voting rights, we put council in the delegate, the alternate, and then council in the order as you sit on the dais, and they told us we couldn't do that. We could only do one additional alternate.
Oh, interesting.
I could look into that.
Okay, so, so thank you, that was a great process and cooperative. The Olympics seems to be the one that we need to talk about. So we all know that, since we've been on these committees, this is a way for people to get experience in different places. It makes for a well-rounded council, but that everybody can go ahead in there and, be a part and understand it. Of course, we develop favorites as we go along. But the reason I picked Councilmember Sherillian and I for the Summer Olympics is he's going to be the mayor during that time, okay? And I think that's going to be very important that he be involved with that. I also bring some experience as well. I'm not sure if I'm the only one that was here in '84.
I was here.
Okay, that went to the Olympics.
I was little, I couldn't get there.
Oh, okay, well, I could drive.
You mean 1984 when the train tracks were still in Greenville?
Right, yeah, that, yeah. And so I bring that perspective, you know, of what that was like, and I've got some very good friends who were on that Olympic committee. I like that Olympic because I think it's one of the only ones that really actually created a profit, and and the money goes into a foundation that's still providing grants today. So I really respect the institution. I feel I can give it some perspective, and I'd like to be involved that way. So if you'll allow the prerogative of the mayor, I'd like to just keep it that way, and certainly it will change up in 9.5 months.
Councilmember Sherlian, are you speaking? You have your.
I was waiting for the mayor to.
Okay. Okay. No, I just didn't know. If you were, okay.
I was going to bring up something else before I have a comment on that. But Neighborhood Watch, Councilmember Lesser. Is that something you're interested in, or are you okay being the, I know you.
You've done a lot on it.
I'm happy
You've done a
to
lot
share
on
it. I'm happy to continue it. Can I make a broader observation, and we'll get back to it? And that is, there have been councils that I've served on where there was less interest in serving on committees at all. And I think sometimes Councilmember Howorth and I did cleanup in terms of taking on more than one assignment because members did not want to serve.
Right.
So this is actually a good problem to have. Let me just say that. With regard to Neighborhood Watch, I noticed that I was listed as the alternate. I'm happy to be the alternate or the delegate, whatever.
I'll leave it to you. I'm happy to be your alternate. I did.
If you prefer that, I would be happy to be the delegate.
And I went, the last meeting was an hour and a half, and I enjoyed it. Not because it was a long meeting, but I just got so much out of it. And I think they meet quarterly, but I just feel like you have a connection to it in our dialogue. I just wanted to give that. If you wanted it.
I appreciate that, but I also want to give anybody else an opportunity to serve. And I'm happy to switch with you if you'd rather be the alternate, just to be straight.
Okay.
Sure. Flip a coin for you?
No, I mean, I'm okay to be the delegate if you don't mind. I mean, I'm okay to be the alternate. Gosh, it's getting late. I'm okay to be the alternate.
I'll continue being the delegate, and you can be the alternate.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yes.
Good.
We went to 1 a.m. before. You had something else, did you?
I did, with the whole Olympics and we talked about this when, at the time, it was Mayor Howorth, giving out the council assignments when you first started, and I mentioned that obviously I'm going to be the mayor and I want to be part of it, not just the 9 months before when Councilmember Tarnay becomes mayor and I become a pro tem. I just think it's important that I get somewhat of a longer runway for the Olympics and just get a little bit more understanding as I'm going to be mayor for the Olympics. So I'd like to serve on it at some capacity. I wanted to serve on it when I first started because I was going to be mayor and we had that dialogue, and you guys took it for the next 2 quarters or whatever it's called, the next 9 months. But I would like to be involved on it. I just feel like the 9 months prior to me taking on, if Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay and I end up being Mayor and Pro Tem on it, I don't know if it's enough time for me to really get my hands around it. I don't know what's all it's going to be involved. And I was also at the 84 place, but I was too young. We didn't participate much, but I just remember seeing it. So I'm open for dialogue, but I'm going to be mayor during that time, as that was the reward for coming in, I guess, third in the election. So which I had no clue.
Okay.
That's it. I'll stop.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I do agree that leading up to your mayorship, it would be important for you to be on it. But I think if you did it now, you'd be on it for 3 rotations. And I think it's important for, us to A, rotate through, and then B, have the continuity, as I mentioned earlier, so that Councilmember Howorth can carry what we did in the first term into the next one. So I think it would be a good thing for our mayor, our current mayor, and then Councilmember Howorth to be on there. And then when I cycle back in on the committee, then you would be there and you would serve theoretically. I mean, I would bring you in, and then you would serve as you know, when you're
For the
mayor.
next-
So
Be
I
18
think that's
months.
a good kind of continuity of plans, and then giving yourself time, because even for FIFA, we had one session, you know, basically one, and then we're finishing it up. So it's not a ton of lead up time, but I think by distributing the work that way, we'll prepare for it. So that's my take, is to propose everything else that we've had so far that we've agreed to, and then propose that the mayor be the delegate and Councilmember Howorth be the alternate.
Councilmember Howorth.
Well, thank you. So Olympics are the, you know, the sexy hot thing, right, that we all want to, and it's understandable why we all want to do it, right? It's really understandable.
Spandex?
Spandex. Soccer, shorts.
soccer.
Soccer's in the Olympics, too. So, and I appreciate it, and I, you know, we're all just pitching, and, you know, the mayor has prerogative, and that's fine. I think that, you know, as David was mentioning, this is a great problem to have. And I would also counter that taking turns is great, and you get to learn things, but honestly, I have found in my now 12 years on being on council that it's actually more valuable to have consistency and get the deep experience. So, for instance, with COG, if we were all to take turns every year on COG, you would never know what's going on. You would barely know the acronyms, you know. Same with Clean Power Alliance, and I appreciate the mayor's been on it before, and, you know, David's been on it, I've been on it.
I haven't been on.
Oh, I thought you had been on
No.
it, sorry. But it is, there's a lot to learn on all of these things. I'm not arguing about Clean Power Alliance now, I'm giving examples. With the Olympics, I think, you know, obviously, I'd like to be on it because I have been involved the longest, and I have probably the deepest bench of county connections and county relationships. You know, I don't know if you went to any of the convening meetings. I've been to several of the convening meetings. I've been to a lot of those, and you know, whether it's the people working in the Olympics, the CEO of the Olympics is my next door neighbor. And we talk a lot about it. You know, it's like, that's where, you know, I say, hey, we want to do the torch because you mentioned the torch. It's like, well, it's at least $1 million in sponsor, all this stuff, right? Staff does most of the work. The bottom line is staff is going to do most of the work. But Nina and I were quite involved with FIFA, as you know, and the Olympics. And so I would make a pitch that I appreciate the experience you had, Joe, in the 1984 Olympics, but I've been having a lot of experience now with these Olympics. So, you know, but everybody wants to do it. It's fine. So.
Did you?
Yeah, I mean, I hear it, and it's not a shiny thing that I want to do. It's something I brought up 18 months ago when FIFA
That's
and the
just a
Olympics.
cute thing to say, Steve.
No,
Don't.
and I'm not. I'm
I
just
do,
saying
we
I
do a
brought
lot
it-
of work on it. That's not.
Can I make a proposal,
Sorry, no, let
though?
Steve finish.
No,
I interrupted
would
him.
like
Sorry.
to finish. No, and I'm not saying, I didn't
Yeah,
say.
it felt a little.
Okay, well, look, you guys had, you know, Nina, Pro Tem Tarnay said that, you know, I would have it for 3 terms, or
2 terms.
2 terms. But you guys have been on it for the last 2,
So she'll be in.
and you guys have been on FIFA.
No, but just 1 term.
No, but, I mean, you guys have been the delegate and the alternate, right, for FIFA and Olympics for the last 18 months, right? Nobody else has been on it?
No, just 9. I've only been,
Just
no.
FIFA, or? Who's been on?
It's been 9.5 months, right, since.
No, when
the
I was
assignment?
mayor, I did go to convening meetings, but we didn't have a subcommittee then.
Until, yeah.
We started a subcommittee towards the end of my term.
But who was your delegate?
No, we didn't have a subcommittee,
Ah,
you see. So the subcommittee started towards the end of my term.
I see.
And so, So I think what you're proposing, what Nina's idea was, if you do it next
each
with
have 2
Nina,
terms.
we'd each have 2 terms. And that would give you, the
2
time
consecutive
and the-
terms leading into your mayorship.
Right. And the bottom line is,
You get to be mayor.
you get to be mayor during it, no matter
Right,
what.
but I need to understand what's
You
happening.
will be
You
able,
will.
you'll understand it by then, but whatever,
Okay.
we have faith in you.
I think we should keep it, it would give you 3, it would then give you 3 times. I think we're more than competent and able to get up to speed.
If we do
It's-
2
you-
terms?
You both have been on FIFA exclusively. I left you on FIFA, to finish it out.
Thank you for that.
Yes, you're welcome. It's important. But I also think it's important to kind of spread this around.
So give each person 2 terms, you're saying?
Well, whatever it works out to be. So this will be, Franklin Sherillian, and then when you're Mayor Pro Tem.
Then I would pick Amy, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no, you have your pick.
Yeah, well, okay, let me,
That's
I'll
Yeah.
put my request in.
And Mayor Pro Tem?
So I think my proposal would be just we've agreed with 99% of the
Yeah.
assignments. I say we bifurcate it and we vote on if there aren't any other changes, and then we separate this one, we take a vote separately on the Olympic Subcommittee.
That's smart.
Well, we know it, well.
That's the
then-
process.
Then where's the mayor's?
You made the
mayor's prerogative?
proposals.
Okay,
And-
sure.
I mean, I also,
Or we can vote on voting on it, so. So,
And I'm.
Councilmember Shirley?
Yeah, and I'm flexible. I don't want this tit for tat, and we don't,
No,
the numbers are, the voting's going to go the way the voting's going to go and it normally goes. But for me, it's like I'd rather be there my term prior if Nina's going to do what she just said, which is take Amy prior. So
Or
it's just,
I
it's
could put
becoming
David.
like.
I mean, that's what, I just think for continuity, I do honestly think that this is the best approach, and that's my personal view of it. And so if it's, I think ultimately my understanding is it's the mayors propose it, and then the full council votes on it. And if we can't agree on, we've agreed on 99% of the assignments, so I say
Yeah.
we vote on that. And if we can't agree on the last one, then we vote on that separately.
I got
It's a process.
I guess it is a process, and I got a question for the council members that have been on this dais for 3 terms. When was the last time you bifurcated council assignments?
well, we haven't had this type of this type of a,
Right.
Assignment where everybody wants it.
everybody wants it. I think that we could have easily done it, and people would say, oh, okay, let's do that. We're big enough. I mean, here's the thing, Steve, so I want to address, I know, let me not call it a bright, shiny toy, and it is, you want it, I get it.
No, it's not that I want it. I'm fine with Councilmember Pro Tem saying
Yes.
that, she'll put me on it next time, which I really appreciate, thank you. And then I'll be it when I'm mayor.
So that would be
unless you
at
guys
9 or
vote it-
18.
vote Then, so it's like, I don't need it right now, so.
Well, that's very
You don't need to
good.
vote on this because we
Okay.
shouldn't be voting on council assignments. That's not cool.
No, we do have voted on council assignments a lot.
You have?
Yeah, we've discussed them, absolutely.
You come to a consensus
It's
and
been a
you
while.
confirm it.
It's been a while, but there have
I
been.
wonder when that was, but.
No, we've pulled it and we've said, oh, hey,
Yeah, you've discussed it. Have you ever bifurcated it to vote? That's
Well,
not
no,
how
if you're
councils
saying-
work.
If you don't agree on something, then
Yeah,
how
you
else
do.
do you
Okay,
proceed?
sure. Okay.
I mean, also, I have the, well, sorry, I meant to, I'll just say this. I took the time to meet with Mayor Franklin, and not one of the assignments that I asked for did I get. And I didn't expect to get all of them by any means. And I think so if we're going to talk about, yeah, this is what we're going to talk about then.
Okay.
So, I mean, not one.
Okay.
And that has never happened either. So that's what happens when that happens.
Okay,
This is what happens when that
my
happens.
turn to talk. Amy, when you were mayor, you got 10 assignments.
Oh, so this is punitive.
No, it's just it's showing that there is the mayor's prerogative, okay?
And we could have voted
things in
on
which to do.
anything then if you
So,
disagreed.
my time to talk,
Sorry.
okay? David got 5, Nina got 3, I got 3, Steve got 2. 10. David was mayor, Amy got 7, David got 14, and then this is when we added schools, so that's why the totals are higher. Nina got 5, I got 7, Steve got 4. So now, with me being mayor, I get 9, Amy gets 7, David gets 5, Nina gets 6, and Steve had been at, well, after all the
12.
voluntary ones, you know, he's down to about 9 as well.
So that seems pretty fair.
So yeah, and so that includes this assignment for the Summer Olympics. You've been on a world, you know, the FIFA, you both are soccer fans, that's great, happy to have you there. I'm an Olympics fan.
So am I.
So am I,
Okay,
yeah,
so-
we all are.
But you already had your experience. You had your experience for FIFA, you're going to take it to the very end. So,
For 9 months.
hmm?
For 9
And then,
months.
so we'll have two terms, and then.
Steve will have 2 terms.
Then Councilmember Shirley in waiting gets 2 terms. How is that? And you're still on it.
I'm fine, Joe. Just.
It's
just
9,
go.
the way you did the numbers is much, so then it's the most fair that it's been ever done. No, you just
Okay.
said, because originally I had 5, Nina had 7, or 5, 12, and then you had 10, because there's all the mayor and mayor pro tem ones, so I don't even, count those. So if with the switching around, you were saying the numbers were much closer to each
Well,
other.
I presented my case. This is how I would like you to vote. If you're going to vote differently, then let's go ahead and
So
propose.
make a motion.
So my first motion is to,
Don't bifurcate because, well, go ahead.
okay. Okay. My motion then is to accept the assignments as discussed on the items that we all agreed on. I think
The
everything was
99%.
agreed on except for the Olympics, but I would change the Olympics assignment under my motion to have the mayor as the delegate and Councilmember Howorth as the alternate.
You make a motion?
Yep.
Okay.
That's my motion.
So motion's been made by Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay and seconded by Councilmember Howorth.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make one comment. So I've been listening to this because obviously I'm feeling increasingly like I'm going to be the tiebreaker. And my interest is in continuity for the city's sake. What serves our city the best? And I appreciate the balance between allowing all of us as council members to be exposed to these different council assignments with continuity. And as a result, I will be supporting the motion, but not because it's intended as a slight against one council member versus another, but there have been discussions about how we're proceeding with staff, representing all of us on council through the delegate. And I would like to have some continuity there and then the handoff. So I welcome you, sir, Mr. Mayor, serving as the primary delegate and then having Councilmember Howorth continue as the alternate, and then there be a handoff, as there should be, to Councilmember Sherrillian, who will be, as you've indicated, mayor during the Olympics.
Yeah, and I, just for the record, I don't have an issue with it because I want to be at the previous
Yes.
to my term, and if that's, you know,
I
if
agree.
we're making, you know, again, it's going to be a different time because it's going to be next year when we take a look at these again, so, I don't, who knows? Okay,
No, but that makes sense, and I would support that.
yeah, I mean, that's the motion, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm going to oppose it because it's the mayor's prerogative.
Fine.
Motion passes 4-1, Mayor Franklin voting no.
I look forward to working with you.
Me too.
It'd be great.
All right, so
Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify, so all of these amendments and changes that were into effect, It's not going to come back on the consent calendar. It'll just be documented in the minutes.
Yes.
Your committees that require the Form 700 filing, they'll be notified tomorrow, and then you'll get notification.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so next item is city council reports, including AB 1234. Anybody? Seeing none. Future agenda items?
I'm sorry, is there a need for a third on the consideration by Mayor Pro Tem Tarnay and Councilmember Howorth to discuss and
I'm sorry,
evaluate taking a
yes.
position on the National Park Service efforts
Yes.
to include Manhattan Beach in the National Park System?
I'll be the third. If we,
Thank you.
that'd be all right.
And I do have a future agenda item.
Future agenda items?
Yeah, I'm agnostic, but I thought that Stefan brought up a really excellent point about when we approve the agenda at the beginning, and I would like to discuss that, where that comes, because we didn't used to do it that way, so that, right? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not making much sense. Remember Stefan was saying, we move to approve, we pull items from the consent calendar without anyone from the public having a chance to ask questions, and maybe their item, they don't get to ask the question. So he was, right?
Yeah.
So in the past.
If it hasn't been pulled.
Right, so in the past, we used to do it at a different time. We would approve the agenda, but then when we got to the consent calendar, then we would pull items. So it worked differently, and it gave the public more chance. So I would like to maybe, yes, Mr. City Attorney.
If there's a second.
There'll be a second, but my request will be for the staff report to outline the Brown Act considerations.
Got it.
And what the steps are presently that we don't always spend time on, but the idea would be if there was public comment that caused a council member to wish to hear an item from consent, there'd need to be a rehearing of the structure of the agenda,
Yeah.
a recalling of that. But anyway, I welcome a further discussion.
Yeah.
That's fine.
We can definitely give a report on that at the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, I just thought it was a
It'd be
good,
very,
Great.
because we have discussed this in the past, and so
yeah.
there's two votes for it.
That's good for the
We'll have a staff
residents.
report.
City manager report.
No further report this evening.
Okay, city attorney report.
Nothing tonight.
Okay, informational items, and so it will be time for the adjourning. So we adjourn this, the meeting is adjourned to an adjourned regular meeting on Tuesday, June 16th, 2026 at 5 p.m. in City Council chambers. Thank you.